Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very exciting day. We have some high-stakes trios. No, so something that I just thought of an early morning, and then I thought, who could bring that idea to fruition? And I thought of Anurag. He's just tech savvy, so I just messaged him right away. We got a lot of support on Twitter. It was just super awesome. A lot of players reached out; they wanted to play. A lot of hopeful commentators reached out; they wanted to help out. Yeah, I'm just super thankful for all the support. But I needed a partner to team up with today, and for that job, I have you, Jarvis. Hey, how you doing?
Doing great. It's a Friday. I ended my workday a little bit early to come hang out. But, when you work from home, it's pretty easy to turn off one computer and turn on another one.
Oh, for sure. And boy, we have a first row seat to some super exciting action today. As most people might know, we have three different formats. We have Legacy, we have Pioneer, and we have Modern. And the players are the players. Let's see if we can get the tech back rolling here. I need to get the. Yeah, so this is the stakes we're playing for. We're playing, as I said, four teams, $1,200 for the winner, in three sweet formats. Um, so Jarvis, what's your favorite format out of these three on the cards today?
Hmm. Depends on what time point you would ask me, but generally I would order them as Legacy, then Modern, then Pioneer. But, at certain points, especially when Pioneer was first released, I had a lot of fun exploring it because it was a completely new format. And
Yeah.
nowadays, I think it is sort of weirdly underexplored because the years where Pioneer was supposed to be pushed for paper play over coincided with an unfortunate global pandemic. So I think that format has still a lot of room to grow and a lot of new decks to be discovered in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It had like FNM Premiere format written all over it when it came
Yeah.
out. I had like a similar feeling where I would build a lot of decks even before it got released. I remember I put Mana Tithe in some blue-white control decks and thought that would be nice, and then I realized 2 weeks later that card is not legal at all. Just these
Right.
uh, yeah, just getting like back to basics and starting from scratch. I love that as
Mhm.
well. But that being said, the format is still pretty, let's say, top heavy when it comes to like the tier one strategies. But then when there's a new expansion released, things will get shaken up. So let's hope we get to see some different like flavors of Pioneer today. What do you think about the state of Legacy right now?
It's a contentious issue, and I'm pretty anti-ban myself, but I kind of think what the Ragavan ban did to the format was it obviously weakened Delver a little bit, but what it actually did was it just made it so that Blue Red Delver was better in some of its harder matchups instead of having to inbreed for the mirrors. Because at its core, Ragavan was really good in blue mirrors and sometimes not so good versus non-blue decks. So kind of think it just forced the format, sideways a little bit, and some no some niche decks, that used Ragman very well, obviously got hurt. So,
I mean, I have similar experiences. So Jarvis, we should take a look at the teams lined up for today.
mhm.
I'm sure people are pretty curious about
Ooh.
who we're gonna see, and let's start out here with the banger. Poof! That
Okay.
this is like my
Yeah.
the favorites going in, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have so the two top dogs here in Luis Salvatto and Javier Dominguez, and they
Yeah.
picked up Sam Rolph. What can you tell us about that guy?
Um, I'm just gonna say a lot of nice things about all of them. I think all three of these players play a ton of magic online. They've even thrived in the pandemic era. Well, we all know that Luis Salvato has a Pro Tour win in Worlds of X1 when he played Lantern Control.
He played Lantern. I remember that one.
Yeah, Javier Dominguez, enough can't be said about him. Excellent all-around player, does well in almost every format he tries, and sometimes self-admittedly has no idea what he's doing with the deck and still wins like a modern challenge with Hammer Time. Recently,
Yeah.
um, Sam Rolph, his username is not Sam Rolph on MTGO, it is Phil Hellmuth. Shout out to the famous poker player, of course. But if you look at the MTGO results, Phil Hellmuth is everywhere. Just playing every format, doing very well. So this is just a
Definitely.
team of experienced MTGO players. So
Yeah,
very
that's a
scary. Sorry.
dangerous combination.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So next on the cards. Oh, by the way, they have the team name. We should see if we can try and remember that. So this is like some young guns we have here. We have
Mhm.
Nathan Stoyer. I have a fun story about that guy. Maybe like 3 years
Uh,
ago, when he started playing Vintage, and he typed in the MTGO chat, "Oh, I'm in the O1 bracket and paired against the Vintage God," which is super funny looking back, because now
mhm,
he's beyond a god. Qualified for like 3 showcases in a row,
mhm.
just crushing all formats. Speaking of, yeah, just like Phil. And then we have Dom, which is like a staple on the American paper scene. Is that correctly understood?
Um, Hard to explain. He's originally from the United Kingdom, but then he moved to Toronto, Canada. And
Oh,
from
okay.
Toronto, it's a lot easier to access all of the SCG tournaments when those were a
Right,
thing.
right. And then we have House of Mana, also another upcoming talent who, yeah, I mean, I've seen him do well in most formats, Pauper and Modern the most, maybe, what if I remember correctly. But these guys are here to play. They also came in like super late because we needed to fill out one last spot. So yeah, thank you so much to you guys. It was super awesome. So these guys, oh, Stefan Schutz, that's Mental Misstep on Magic Online. That
Yeah,
guy is also a beast. Whew.
yeah.
Is that one of your like friends, or do you know him?
Yeah, I know these three players pretty well by this point, having spent a lot of time in online chats with them over the past few years. Stefan Schutz, really just an overall very strong player from Austria. Um, at one point, his most infamous statistic was he was the highest win rate player in Grand Prix without a Grand Prix top eight, and then he finally got one. So then he got to shed that statistic away.
Yeah.
If you think about it, having like a 75% win rate and no top eights is really um, out of the ordinary. It's just like kind of a matter of time. And then he finally broke through with I think it was either Urza or War Prison. I can't remember which. So obviously Stefan is one of my better Magic friends by this point, but very strong player and mental misstep online.
Yeah,
Johnny Good,
definitely.
sorry, and
Yeah,
the
just go ahead. I don't know too much
yeah.
about the next two guys, so I'm just gonna let you
So
take it.
I think these two guys came up in what I would call the arena era. They're like sort of newer to Magic players, but that doesn't really change the fact that if you play a lot of matches online and you are willing to learn, you can pick things up very quickly, especially if you're in the same chats as Stefan, as like all these other,
Or
MTGO
networking is
killers.
key if you wanna
Yeah,
like evolve in this game for sure.
yeah, exactly. So Jonny Guttman, I think he goes by Ginky for reasons I don't really understand, but he's a very strong arena player. I know that, and I've seen him play some MTGO lately in some Discord calls, and I think
Yeah.
he's quite good and willing to learn and willing to explore off the beaten path strategies. And actually, in this tournament, he's playing Orzhov Auras in Pioneer, a deck he Oh, I have a funny story about that in coming to the next player. A deck that he did well with, and a lot of other players are, Kamigawa gave the deck some new tools, so it's exciting to see
Oh,
how it works.
for sure. I remember it being popular like 1 year
Yeah,
ago, and then it kind of has a resurgence now, I feel like.
yeah. And Tristan LaRue, I guess is how I would put it. I know he has a middle name, I don't know quite it is. I think he is playing Legacy. Stefan, I would actually consider to be the strongest Legacy player on this team, but he's also a strong Modern player, and I think the other two have not played a lot of Modern
Yeah, I
lately.
was about to
So,
say he's just so
um,
versatile, so
yeah,
you have to like,
it,
yeah.
exactly. So the funny story I want to bring up is Stefan actually beat Tristan in a modern PTQ and won the PTQ then at like 6 in the morning Austria time because you know how European
Oh yeah.
time zones are. And the next day, Tristan was playing Orja Veras and Pioneer, had a card like not work correctly. Kai's Ghost form used to be bugged, now it's fixed, and won the
Oh,
PTQ with Orja Voras. And that ties in with Jonny Guttman playing Orja Voras as well. So a lot of, weird intertwined stories with this team.
definitely. So yeah, these
Um,
guys definitely have the confidence to sign up against top-notch opposition. So I'm just gonna assume that they are as well. And last but not least, we have Team Sunny Days with
So, yeah,
who do we have? We have Bill Siv, that's Will Thompson.
yeah,
He's been playing a lot of different formats as well.
yeah.
And his two buddies here, um, is that the study group, one of them?
No, the study group is actually Genki.
Oh, okay, that's Genki from the other team.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
so
cool.
that's kind of funny that you bring that up. I believe Sam Bogue is Islands Go Same, and Michael Plummer is
They're
Killer
SUV?
SUV. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I,
and
I played
actually,
those guys, yeah.
yeah, shout out to Michael Plummer making top 8 of the SCG last weekend. I
Oh, yeah,
believe in
that's right.
Legacy.
Paper tournament.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so overall we have some very well-rounded teams that all have like a lot of confidence, and I mean, they should have. They have a lot of like experience and results to show for it. Yeah. So for round one, Jarvis, we have a delicious matchup lined up. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So we're going to be watching the legacy portion of team name versus team HOUSEYOMAMA. Very funny name they put together at the last second. But Javier Dominguez will be playing Blue-Red Delver versus Nathan Steuer playing four-color control. And
Oh,
I've played a lot of Blue-Red Delver from the opposing side. I'm not a huge fan of the control decks in Legacy, but I think you are.
oh,
Uh,
I'm a huge fan.
yeah, yeah. I'm generally okay playing Delver versus almost any control deck.
Yeah.
The question is how many Carpet of Flowers do they have in their 75? I think that is really the most important card.
Of course, lots of super interesting dynamics, and the Delver deck got so many tools over the years, especially expressive iteration. So now it's
Yep.
not a catastrophe if the game goes long, where earlier that was like a death sentence. The deck is just so versatile these days. That's why the matchup is super interesting. So let's jump in here and see which list um, the team name will be piloting. It says Luis Salvatto here. That's because he submitted it, but we
Yep.
believe it's Javier Dominguez actually piloting
Yep.
in the legacy seat for these guys. Does anything stand out here? I think this deck has more or less like 2 or 3 flex slots, and that's more or less
Yeah.
it. Um,
The flex slots generally are the Brazen Borrower, the Chain Lightning, the Mishra's Bauble, and the Spell Pierce. Almost
I agree.
everything else is locked in. The extra land is also flex slot. If you note, Javier has 19 lands.
Yep.
Most people play 18. I actually played 18 with a Mystic Sanctuary in the sideboard, but you can choose not to do that, especially if you're choosing a sideboard card like Blood Moon versus the 4-color control deck.
Oh
Or,
yeah.
Blood Moon also is super effective versus like, Urza Saga,
Dark depth
the
strategies.
land. Yeah, sometimes you have to be careful versus the dark
Yeah,
depth strategies.
for sure, it can backfire.
Especially if they know you have it, then they can
Yep.
side in Force of Vigor and get the Lage for free, essentially.
Yeah, that is definitely true. That's one thing here because we do play with open deck lists, so a lot of these
Yep.
small things are the info's open, so not that
Yep.
many mind games here. I guess you can't really foretell how your opponent's going to sideboard, but at least you have the information that you're not afraid of a card that doesn't exist or doesn't exist in the opponent's sideboard at least. But yeah, Blue Red Delver, pretty straightforward build. Spell Pierce, I'm super excited for that one because your opponent knows that you have a Spell Pierce. So are you going to play around it, or is it gonna like come up clutch at a certain point? I'm gonna be excited for that for sure. So let's take a look at the control deck. I'm all here for the control deck. So here we have. Did you say that Nathan was piloting this one?
Yeah, Nathan Stoyer, the young gun
Nathan
from
Stoyer.
California.
Yeah. He's piloting this one. So do we have any like so we have Manic Pyroblast? I guess that just says something about the meta, especially in a, let's say, high skill tournament like this one. Manic Pyroblast makes sense. That's a good hedge. Then a cool card is Dress Down. Can you just name a few like cool uses of that card? Because I feel like they're kind of endless.
Well, kills construct tokens, removes protection from player from True Name Nemesis. Also lets you not have to escape Uro if you EOT dress down untap play Uro. Really, there's too many uses to list on
Yeah,
it.
you're right. So for this matchup, how I mean, does it do that much? So you can take away flying. Does that make any sense to take away flying?
Well, you can do that, but what actually happens is you can cast in response to a Murktide, the Murktide ability will be turned off, so it gets no counters. That's probably the best use for the card, but I also expect it to be one of the first cards to be sideboarded out.
That makes a ton of sense about like making a small Murktide, so Endurance can really get something for dinner. Yeah, 1 the Mind Sculptor, 2 Sylvan Library for card advantage, all the filtering, the 8 white removal, Prismatic Ending is just like an absurd, flexible answer to anything from 1-drops to Chalice of the Void to you name it. That card is super nuts. And then there are 2 Life from the Loams.
Yeah, this is well, I think the best way of putting it is I think a deck like this actually kind of struggles to beat Urza Saga without either Wasteland or Dresstown. So it's sort of a check on that. It also gives you a way to leverage getting lucky in your bad matchup. Because in the past, if you played a deck like this without Wasteland versus like Cloudpost, it's actually unwinnable. Like you're actually close to probably 10% to win. Now, like you probably more like 30-40% in game one.
Yeah.
It's not great, but at least you have a reasonable plan instead of the plan of, try to kill them before they cast a big thing, which is basically impossible when you're playing against Cloudpost.
Yeah, I like that analysis a lot. That Wasteland is like checking some boxes for bad matchups, and you can it's just randomly a good card, right? You get the main advantage with Uro, and then you can kind of leverage that way, and it doesn't cost that much. Also, because the deck has so many dual lands that Life from the Loam is also insulation against opposing Wastelands. So you kind of get a little bit of both, and this deck can go in numerous directions. Yeah, I like it a lot.
The joke with this deck is if you cast Loam once, you actually won't have any mana problems, even though, like, generally it's a 4-color deck.
Yeah, and I think our players are ready, so let's see if we can get down to some action. So Javier Dominguez, is he the reigning world champion? If he is, we should start calling him that.
No, it's Yuta Takahashi, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So Delver on the play, no DAZE. That's always what I'm curious about, and I'm sure that's in Nathan's mind as well.
So the real question here in my mind is, do you flip a coin and see if your opponent doesn't have a second land?
Every time you have a Wasteland in your hand with that deck, you kind of have to ask yourself that question. But it looks like, and just a quick note, that land can't get a Savannah here, which would have been perfect for casting Prismatic Ending now, casting Loam next turn. So no green mana. That kind of hurts. I like just trying to buy time with the removal there. Also, question for you, Jarvis: how would you play your Force Will in this matchup? Because it's kind of bad from the control perspective, but you also kind of have to play it at some point.
Do you have to play at some point? Like, the way I actually view it is you only cast it unless if something's about to kill you.
That's funny, because I would force this Dragon Rage Channeler and just hope that my deck would be better, like for the later turns.
So I think that would be reasonable if your card to pitch wasn't Expressive Iteration, because we're missing a green source still, and I think our plan is to use Iteration to find a green source.
I can definitely see that, and here comes I always call it the anticipate mode of iteration.
So if you look very closely, Nathan did something that I think a lot of players don't do, which is analyze the game. He realized that if Javier had a daze, it's very likely that the first ending gets dazed on turn 1. So on this turn, it's still possible that Javier is dazed and just didn't care about his creature because he followed up with 2 more creatures. But you can just lower the probability of Javier having dazed by a little bit.
I use that a lot. I call it like the daze check. And if I did that on a previous turn, then I feel pretty good about the following turn. Of course, if they played a cantrip, the draw step can sometimes make wonders. But I definitely use that same logic. So at this point, Nathan is basically not counting the Force Will in hand for anything, right? It's going to be like late game brainstorm fodder in his scope right now of the game, don't you think?
I think what could happen is you get ahead on cards with Uro, and eventually you just force something that's about to kill you on like turn 9 or whatever,
Yeah. It's super interesting how it works out from here, with him neglecting to counter the 1-drop, cycling the iteration, playing from there. I'm super excited to see here. Ooh, nice Force of Will there from Javier.
I think also, like, critically, now you can cast iteration and not feel bad because you actually have some backup, and you I kind of think all you want to do is just churn through your deck to find another blue card, another land, and just set up a Murktide, a big protected Murktide that can 1 or 2 shot your opponent.
Yeah, it's a good point that getting an additional blue card should be an objective of his, because pitching that Murktide, while it's fine, ideally you want to pitch something else and use that Murktide to win the game.
Yeah, so I'm pretty aggressive on my surveils with DRC. Here, if he sees a fetch land, he'll probably just leave on top. But almost any other card, I would surveil away.
I also like Wasteland a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, almost any land I think I would probably keep, but if it's just like a random creature, I'm definitely not keeping.
So why would you keep a normal land? Just to try and ensure that you get the card advantage out of the card?
Yeah, because the thing is, you don't actually have a lot of 0 drops in your deck. And also, if you keep a land on top, that means any 1 drop you see, you can just cast it as well.
Yep. So it's just a percentage game at that point, while the focus is to get the card advantage. Yeah. It looks like it's a hard one. Bauble in hand. That's
Okay,
interesting.
so it's possible he saw Bobble on top as well, which also passed the test. But I'm not sure what he exiled then. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he exiled a land. So I think he either saw land or Bobble on top and just
Yeah.
was trying to figure out exactly how he wanted to play it.
Yeah.
Because you also know that Bobble plus Surveil plus Fetch land is there's a lot of different ways you could play that. Now, like, the number of ways you could play that is actually pretty huge.
For sure, but with the conclusion being you get a lot of let's call it impact over what the top card of your deck is.
Yep.
And then if it's really good, you might not want to prioritize Delirium, but most likely that's also a concern of his. But as you said before, getting the extra blue card is actually something he's very much in the market for.
So I really think what he's thinking about now is, does he want to just burn both those cards to get Delirium right now? Because you would have land, artifact, instant sorcery if you just bolted your opponent. And I think Javier just thinks he's thinking it all the way through and just decides that it's correct to get Delirium.
Yep. Trying to slam the door on this well, compared to Delver, clunky control deck. Trying to leverage the triple 1-drop opening. It's actually a while since I've seen that, to the triple 1-drop opening. Thankfully, because I'm usually at the other side of the table, so thankfully it's been a while.
So this is just an impact of MH2 that all of the curves got compressed, because there's just a lot of good 1-drops you could play now. Instead of previously, I think you could play like Nimble Mongoose and it wasn't actually that great, but people still did it.
Agree.
When
Hexdrinker.
Hexdrinker plus Ren and 6 actually paired very well together because you actually never ran out of lands in the Rogue deck. But now we just live in a DRC world, and that card is, it's hard to exaggerate how good it is, because I think it's quite good.
It's very, very strong. So Bolt goes to the dome, as you predicted, in order to grow the channeler. 4 different card types in the yard. Getting in for 6. And let's see if this is a blue card. Then that's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So he actually fetched first, but when you see he didn't surveil away the card immediately, it's pretty easy to determine that's probably a good card of some sort. It might not necessarily be a blue card, it could just be like another DRC, but here DAZE is just a perfect card to pitch to Force Will.
It really is. So from our perspective, it was obvious. From Nathan's perspective, I'm not sure what he would make of it at this point. I think he's so much under pressure that he probably can't play around a whole lot. Wonder what he goes for here.
Yeah, so the issue from Nathan's side is, he's looking at Javier's deck. He knows. Actually, I think he was looking at his own deck to see what land he could fetch. The question is, do you want to play into DAZE, and how bad is it for you? Because if you tap out for Uro, you go to 9, then a bolt kills you through a DAZE. But the question is, if you don't do that, the only real way you can improve, I think, is to find a 1-drop removal spell.
So the other, and that's the plan he's going for. Trying to iterate into a 1-mana removal spell to stem the bleeding, force it through by all means. and then hopefully play from there. But it's not pretty. So let's see what entered the exile zone.
Yeah, a,
If
a little bit hard to tell. I think it was probably a blue cantrip. It looked like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Ponder.
Yeah, and Javier doesn't care about that at this point, I would think.
Well,
Whoa.
actually, the
Oh,
argument.
Murktide is maybe off the table now.
So the actual argument to do this is if you find a bolt or a chain lightning, it kills your opponent,
Yeah,
and
that
you
makes
have to
sense.
ask yourself, how alive is this Daze going to be? He left on top again. That's terrifying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely. So I like that a lot. Just the fact that Nate is at 9 life, so the Murktide is just fodder at this point because he doesn't even have the first removal. Then he would have fired it off. So I guess Javier is just not afraid of running out of creatures at this point.
Yeah. Also, one thing Javier could do is just not cast Force this game.
Okay, I mean that would be ideal.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you think, well, this eradicates the graveyard, of course, but if you
Just buy some
think,
time.
yeah, if you think that you don't actually need to force anything in this game, it's just fine to jam the Murktide and make them answer everything because they already didn't. Oh, that's actually a really good follow up too because it's just a threat.
It's a very good follow up with the
Yeah.
opponent being at 5 life, still having the Force of Will in the back pocket, which is always a good like insurance. So, whew, Nathan is really on the back foot this game.
Yeah, it's a nice safety blanket feeling, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So I hate to do this, but it could be entertaining because now we actually know what happened. How do you feel about forcing the channeler, just having how the game played out? Do you think it's like representative of how a game would usually play out?
I probably wouldn't do it from the 4C side because I have 8 1-drop removal spells. I would just gamble on the probability of drawing one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. So this end-step Brazen Borrower is kind of brutal.
Yeah, we're going to see a plow here. I
I would
wonder.
yeah, he should definitely fight over this one and try and close out this game.
Yeah, you saw him clicking back and forth though. He's actually thinking it. You can see the life total going up and down. He was
That
thinking it. I
I like that. I like that a
yeah.
lot.
I I think you're supposed to force it here because the problem is you don't have any cantrips to set the Murktide. So like now your
Yeah,
Murktide's sort of a blank piece of cardboard.
agree. And you also know there's no like mass removal in the opponent's deck, so Nathan actually has to answer all of these creatures. So you can
Yep.
also just freely play out this Delver. It's not like the Terminus era where you had to like think twice
Yeah.
about a lot of stuff.
Or no Supreme Verdict as well. Like you just know what's going on.
Yeah.
That's not good. So you can still um no. Okay, I think what Nathan was hoping no. The problem is the Wasteland is really doesn't cast any cards is the actual issue, right?
Yeah, it's very hard. Just Javier had this super creature heavy draw with a
Mm-hmm.
Daze and a Force of Will. That's like a good recipe to get the job done against. I'm gonna call it a somewhat clunky display, at least from the control deck this game, where when you have to like play a bad iteration, have your mana is not really working the way you want and stuff. So you talked about Carpet of Flowers in the
Oh
pregame
yeah.
show.
So
What kind of dynamic does that present for the matchup like this?
well, what happens is the wastelands from the Delver deck do nothing. The Dazes do almost nothing. It's very crippling to the Delver game plan for a carpet to enter play. Um, the way I know most 4C players like to play this matchup is they like to turn to a blue Jund deck and just only have like 1 mana removal and cheap cards.
Yep.
So I expect the Forcibles to hit the bin, the carpets to come in, and the blasts to come in, and maybe Hydro
Yeah.
or Fluster Storm.
Yeah, I like that as well. That's usually my go-to strategy. Because realistically, I wouldn't want to force anything unless it's like a super emergency. But In that case, my opponent still cast a Himtotorak in a attrition matchup, so I definitely like what you described, and I think Hydroblast has pretty much utility, especially if because
Yep.
he'll be expecting Pyroblast coming in from the opposition
Mhm.
as well.
Yeah.
So
So
it deals with a creature, a
yeah,
card draw spell, and a counter.
maybe yeah, we should take a look at see what Javier's bring. All right. So from Javier's side, I like Blood Moon quite a bit. I think it actually like if they don't resolve a carpet, Blood Moon actually wins the game on the spot. If you look at their deck,
Oh yeah,
like they're actually dead to it, unless if they have Hydroblast in hand currently.
yeah, no doubt.
Court of Cunning can be a double-edged sword, and it's actually why I stopped playing the card.
Yeah,
It's kind of difficult to make sure because look at that endurance. Sometimes you get like endurance or Iceman collateral, and it's very unpleasant.
I do agree about that. I actually played some Delver these past few weeks myself, and I've never been never well out of the 2 or 3 times I've played against Control, it's just won the game for 3 mana. So I'm pretty biased there, but I'm definitely aware of how it can backfire.
Um, I would say it's Court of Cunning is much better versus the Jeskai decks that have way less flash threats. And the flash threats they have all die to Power Blast instead of Endurance doesn't get Power Blasted.
Yeah, that's a lot harder to deal with here. No doubt. Do note that this deck doesn't run any snakes, so at least it's only the endurance.
Sure.
So here's
Again,
the
it's a dynamic of the open match, open to decklist thing again.
for sure. It's just another way of playing, right? Because now you can use that information and try and level. But before, like with in a random tournament, you have to like guess what's coming. It's kind of a cool opening here with both players sitting back on their 1 mana singleton situational interactive spells. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
All right, it sounds
So
like we have a results update with Binge Chilling. They won 2-0 versus Sunny Days guys.
I think it was 2-1, but
Oh,
it's irrelevant. The actual game count is because
fair enough.
in Grand Prix and PTs they only cared about the actual result. There was no tiebreakers for that. There will
W
not be.
or an L.
Yeah, exactly.
So the winner of that match will be waiting for the winner of this one, which is yeah, that's just super cool. And I don't know if we got to talk about that in the pregame, but we are playing a double bracket elimination today, which means the 2 losses and you're out. If you have a loss throughout the tournament before the grand finals, you need to win double best of 3 in the finals to take home the $1,200.
Yep. And honestly, I kind of like these draw go games, even though I
Yeah.
do think the control deck is favored pretty often. Um, Really, what Nathan is hoping for is to just make enough land drops, cast all of the powerful green cards. So I
Yeah.
think if that happens unchecked, it's pretty easy for him to win. Ooh,
This is
I'm not.
also funny.
So I'm not
Yeah.
sure if
So
I
what?
like that or
Yeah.
not.
What's like the upside? What's the downside to wastelanding from the control deck's perspective here?
The downside in my mind is I think the mana is really important for them to play around days and stuff. Because as you can see, Nathan only has 3 lands. Ideally, you would have a fourth, and waste is like the perfect one um, that you can cash in later for a spell. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we have to do it right away. I guess we're hoping to just free roll a win. Is
Yeah.
how I would put it.
I agree. The fact that Wasteland can actually cast spells and pay for soft counters,
Mhm.
it's that versus forcing your opponent to not play Magic.
So I actually like Javier's Wasteland way more than Nathan's.
Yeah.
Just based on deck construction and the fact that Javier actually has a lot of lands in hand.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he's good for the next couple of turns. So now basically these two players to checked if oh, okay, this fetching the island here. So what do you make of that? Is that like a sign of weakness?
no, we cited in Blood Moon.
Yep.
I mean, we cited in Blood Moon, and you get to insure yourself against a second Wasteland just randomly.
Yep.
I think both of those factors combined means you want to fetch Island at some point. It's the question of when. But if you do it right now, you get to play around Wasteland for one turn cycle.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You get more like it's just a added bonus, I
Mm-hmm.
guess.
Right.
And that Blood Moon changes a lot. So here we're done with the games of holding up Hydroblast. Do you feel like this was a DAZE check related to what we talked about game 1?
I mean, it can be, but the actual issue is from that deck, there's so many 3-drops in his hand. I don't think you can really afford to play around DAZE, because suppose you don't cast it this turn and you play a 2-drop on turn 3, then you get Wasteland the next turn cycle, then you can't even like really DAZE check them. Like you don't actually know.
Yeah.
Whereas here you're not 100% sure. There are cases where I would let Sylvan resolve, but you can be relatively sure that there's no DAZE. And also, I just wouldn't play around DAZE for any turn cycle coming up. We don't have enough lands. We don't have any cantrips. Like,
yeah. So there are reasons on our side of the table, and there are reasons on the opponent's side of the table, right? Because with no threats in place, Sylvan Library would have gotten dazed. I think we can more or less say that's the case, right?
yeah. Here, Javier's real difficult decision is, okay, I have these 2 iterations, but if I cast it this turn, I don't get any value out of it. But if I don't cast it this turn, I also don't really do anything. I think he's going to cast Petty Theft Upkeep, or not.
Yeah, I thought so too, because
Mhm.
holding up Spell Pierce, I mean, then he must be looking at some 1-2 punch where he wants to like end step it and then pierce it on the way down. But that involves Nathan not having a 4th land.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I also think if you're going to go for the Petty Theft play, what you actually want to do is probably bubble yourself, see if it's a good card. If it's bad, just fetch, and then Petty Theft Upkeep. By the fact that he didn't bubble on his turn, you can probably tell that he wasn't planning on
That's true.
casting Petty
That's
Theft
true.
that turn.
You're definitely right. That information could have been like a deciding factor. So this situation traditionally would favor the control deck like immensely. I also think it does in this situation specifically, but those iterations are quite strong, a strong tool for actually to go
Yeah.
toe to toe with like an active library.
So 2 Wastelands have been fired off in this game. Just think about that, and it's really hard to tell because it doesn't really look like it, right?
Right. It's just like they got some more draw steps, but they're basically at the same point.
Actually, 3 Wastelands, 2 from Javier's side, 1 from Nathan's
Yeah,
side.
he had
It's
the
really
second one,
funny.
that's true. So here comes Endurance for the ultimate DAZE check. Let's call it that.
Yeah, I think it's a hard sell if you're a Blue Red Delver, if you have DAZE, to not DAZE it here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is really funny. This is a true tempo play because I think unsummoning this doesn't really accomplish much except getting the Brazen Borrower in the correct zone.
Yeah, definitely. It's just I'm gonna waste my 2 mana so you can waste 3 mana. Okay, no land here, so maybe it actually ended up being powerful because maybe Nathan has to like spend his turn making land drop.
Kind of interesting if you should pay any life there or not, because it
Yeah,
lets you reset a little bit more of the ponder. He chose not to, and it's biting him a little bit in the butt. I
yeah.
think. I mean, obviously, it's kind of scary to just, you know, go down life points versus the Blue or Delver deck. But here, there's literally not a creature on the board, so I think maybe paying 4 life is good.
Usually after sideboard, I would be less worried about like getting finished off by burn spells. I would assume most or maybe even all lightning bolts are in the sideboard of the Delver player. Could be an argument.
This
That's
is
an
a very good turn cycle to cast that card. I was going to say, there was. Javier had nothing to punish that until now. Like,
Do you mean the
literally.
bounce on the endurance?
Well, no. The fact that Nathan tapped out and then got,
Okay.
used off his mana on his turn to tap out for stuff.
Well, there's also another 3-mana enchantment that would punish that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just thought drawing one was so important. I mean, I think if Blood Moon was cast that turn, the game is actually over because there is literally 0 basics in Nathan's deck.
Yeah, exactly.
But Javier's playing it so. Oh, but that's really, really good too.
Oh yeah, it really is.
So
So he went for an iteration over the court. I'm not sure I can wrap my head around that. Maybe just because he has a hard time dealing with the 3/4 on the coming turn, and then he's afraid of like losing the monarch.
I think that's probably what was going through his mind. Yeah.
So he ends up being super rewarded with wasteland you out of double green. You missed your land drop last turn, so you better hit it now. And even deploy a threat.
Yeah, you can be sure that Javier is tracking what is going on with land drops every single turn. Because if he smells weakness, he will go for your throat. There's no question about that.
So we see Force of Will. Just a quick note: both you and I thought it would be in the sideboard for
Yeah.
this game, but now we see Force of Will in Nathan's hand, and this is a game where Force of Will can actually be useful, right? Where cards in hand is not a concern, but life points and getting like choked out of the game could be.
Yep. I definitely agree with you. I don't think Javier's going to fight over many creatures with counters if he has. If well, we know he hasn't drawn one, but he's probably going to try to do his best not to fight over creatures because the creatures are mostly replaceable in the deck.
What do you feel about sorcery speed endurance here from Nathan's perspective?
Mm, it's complicated. Well,
Ooh, ooh,
uh,
sweet.
yeah,
Sweet draw here.
mm,
So the ambush, oh, those ambushes, I love those. Sometimes there's just nothing to do from
mhm.
the Delver player's perspective, but here he can actually control the delirium. He knows the endurance is coming. He just drew the daze, so yeah. No attack here. He doesn't want to lose to endurance plus force of will.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's going on there.
Yeah, very tight play here.
Also,
Moving
something
to
for
this,
you. Sorry.
just
Yeah,
go. Yeah, moving to the second main is just some small
exactly.
trick where you don't want to
Yeah.
get punished by some flashy 3/4.
hmm in paper, you actually have to manually say that because by default, it's assumed you're in your first main phase. So
Yeah.
this used to come up with mana drain in Vintage
Oh
when I
yeah.
used to play. A lot of things you have to be careful about. You need to declare that you're in the second main phase. Now that
Yep.
paper play is coming back, don't be the one who's forced to attack your DRC into endurance. It's not a good feeling.
That's the free tip of the day here.
Yep.
So Javier is trying to showcase exactly what we talked about earlier, or what I alluded to, I mean, increased power of the spells of the Delver deck. I can't, yeah, so are these resolving? Oh, okay. It's also, it's kind of a cool play, right? You kind of force your opponent to not play out their best card, but then your days maybe, oh, okay, he goes for this one. Okay, so Javier gets to have it all here. He even has a land drop to go, right? Or
Yeah.
did he have, yeah, I think he has a land drop to
No,
go.
he has lined up to go. I'm kind of curious about playing the endurance right here. I guess. Oh, okay. Nathan's thought is he's scared of Javier finding a
Yep,
daze
yeah,
off the
yeah.
iteration. I guess.
Because he daze checked a couple of times this game already.
Yeah.
So in case there is one in the top 3, Javier will put it into his hand and delay Nathan's game plan. So
Look at this. You see a
yeah,
forcible on daze, which is something you don't see very often.
I hate it, but I do it every week. I hate it.
I mean, here the second Uro is kind of the perfect pitch card.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
it, because you don't really need the second one. It's not providing much value. I mean, really, what Nathan wants here is, oh, wait, Nathan enduranced himself?
He probably should have endurance nobody, but
Well,
yes, you can endurance yourself.
well,
Um,
well, hold on. Why nobody instead of the opponent who's playing for Murktides?
I I think it's some trying to get value with. So let's say um, Javier wants to play spells. Then if he doesn't have a Murktide, you can punish the Channeler.
Okay, chat points out that all of Nathan's red sources were wastelanded. So by
Okay,
targeting
perfect.
yourself, it gets
Perfect.
them back into the deck. That actually
Yep,
makes more sense. Okay.
that's a super heads-up play. Thank you so much
Mhm.
for the assist on that one. You're a professional, Jarvis. You even have the chat open and stuff like that. I'm just here in my my cave.
One of the upcoming MOCS committers in the chat has just said, "Never doubt the kid." Come on.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
That is definitely a good point.
you can't doubt the kid. um, so okay, it's actually still pretty scary for Nathan. 6 life is not a lot of life. If you think that Javier is left in bolts, that's very, very easy to turn around in terms of damage.
Yeah, I think even if looking at his list and his sideboard, it would be pretty hard to fit in
Mhm.
any number of lightning bolt, basically.
Look at this. The lands keep disappearing from
Is that
Nathan's
the fourth
graveyard.
one?
I believe. All right, 1, 2, 3. Nope,
Oh, it's
it's
just
only 3.
I'm just, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is super brutal. So what that Sylvan Library was supposed to do was ensure, first of all, to get some card advantage, but second of all, to like ensure a good mix of lands and spells. But
Mhm.
it kind of let Nathan down this game because he had it from turn 2, I believe. Yeah, from turn 2.
Mhm. Well, so Nathan knows that there's one more land on top, which is good for him. The bad news for him is that all of the arrows are going to be extracted within a turn cycle.
That's always I don't really know what to think of it. I don't like expect it all the time, but I just have it in mind that the Delver player could have brought in surgical, some number of it anyway. But I don't think it's a given. Where are you on surgical versus a deck like that?
Personally, when I play blue red versus the Uro based control decks or even just a Breacher, I do like surgical. I don't have an overall plan for it. It's very contextual. In
Yeah,
a game like this, I would be saving it for Uro. Mostly just looking at the life points
yeah,
from Nathan, that I think it's just you can kind of win more easily than you should be able to just by extracting Uro this game.
yeah. That also says a lot about the durability of the Delver deck that you can actually throw away a card in the mid to late game and then win more easily after that, if that makes any sense. Because that's usually not the turns where that deck is thriving.
Uh, Sometimes I'll surgical Swords of Plowshares versus a deck like this if my hand's
Yeah,
only Murktides,
yeah,
because it actually causes them to have to draw only Pyroblasts to kill your Murktides, and that can be a tall order sometimes.
agree. And fun fact that could come up is the quad Pyroblast in Nathan's list could theoretically hurt him in a pinch if Javier goes for a line like you're talking about with the surgical on yeah, that would be on the Pyroblast, but the point being they have the same card name.
Yep.
So Endurance stays back. Brazen Borer comes down. Nathan doesn't feel like being dazed in this point of the game, or he thinks it should be time for like a Murktide, so he's trying to hedge his bets because the Endurance has the Brazen Borer covered.
Yeah, so Javier, like I point out, actually chose to shuffle Quarter Cunning because it's not actually good versus Endurance here.
Yeah,
Because like what'll happen if he plays the Court of Cunning out is you'll end up in a hot potato King of Hill battle where it keeps
yeah,
going back and forth. I actually think that's better for the control deck in this
yeah.
scenario.
Yeah, you're talking in the case that I take the
Mhm.
Monarch, I draw an extra card, you do the same. So Howling Mine scenario.
Yeah, and I think Javier can win without doing that.
Yeah,
And obviously by him shuffling away, he also is saying, yeah, I think I also can win without doing that stuff.
yeah. And just remember, he drew the card numerous turns ago where we both like immediately thought that was like the perfect draw. But the context of that endurance threatening just came back to the point that you alluded to during sideboarding, where you say, Court of Cunning can backfire, that's why I cut the card myself. I think that's just kind of cool that that's basically what happened, right? It
Yeah,
didn't
it
backfire in
worked.
practice, but it would have backfired, so he didn't play it
Yeah.
out.
So like actually actually you can see Javier has a stop and draw step because if you don't have a stop here, you can get got if your opponent just has untapped blue or green source.
Big Murktide.
Yeah, I mean it's going to probably die to Power Blast, unfortunately,
Yep.
and Javier knows that that's a possibility, and um, yeah, I would expect the surgical to be fired off because it's just way too disastrous.
Yep. If you get rid of those, then the deck has to like seize complete control and win with 3 force, right?
Or Jace, it's like it's a lot harder.
Jace, yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that Jace is still in there, but it could be. Daze and Pyroblast
Right.
is kind of a hard wall to break through.
It really depends on how you think your opponent's gonna board. Because Lightning Bolt is also like generally decent versus Jace because it
Yeah.
pretty much always kills it because I mean suppose they plus it to play around Bolt and then you have a
Yep.
blast instead. It's kind of a catch-22, you know.
But do you want to plan for that scenario if you're in the Delver seat?
Mhm. Um yeah, I don't know. Like we didn't get to see how Javier precisely boarded. It kind of does have the look at it kind of looks like he did side out the lightning bolts, and that's
Yeah.
something I would lean towards doing as well.
Yep. Also, I think if this gets to a game 3, maybe they want to restart their clocks. I'm gonna let
Maybe,
the producer decide on that one.
yeah.
I'm told we are gaming on, so the clocks are actually in play this game, or this match rather.
Okay, so something that Stefan has said to me when he plays Delver, Mental Misstep, who's also in this tournament, is he likes to go into the red playing Delver because the games end so fast otherwise. Like you might as well just optimize all of your decisions.
I can definitely see that, except that if Javier doesn't win this game and loses this game in, let's say, like, what do I know, 7 turns, then he might think differently about how cool it is to get in the red.
Oh, that is not a good carpet of flowers. The old that's the equivalent of like drawing Soul Ring when you're floated out in
Yeah.
Seal Deck, which might have happened to me versus Shuhei at some point. We won't talk about that.
So at least
Eric?
he can. Yeah, you're definitely right. That was definitely not the perfect draw at all.
No.
Um, That's actually my issue with Carpet of Flowers in a control mirror. I remember it was pretty popular at
Mhm.
some point, and I would just win a lot of games where just my card quality won over their
Sure.
ability to play their cards faster. Um, Obviously, this matchup is kind of different because of soft counters and Wasteland, but
Ooh.
ooh, that's action.
Okay. Yeah, and we don't need all these Delvers. One of these Delvers will be held for force. I think Javier is if there's an advantage bar,
Oh yeah,
it'd
it would
be
be
half eaten by
all
now.
the way
It'd be
over
half
there for
eaten.
sure.
Yeah. It would be half eaten. Yeah. So I to the clock point, I think Javier can also just play really fast when he needs to as well. He can switch that
Yep,
on and off.
yep,
I'm not worried about it for his sake.
yep. That makes sense. Delver can sometimes choose to go for the aggressive routes that are not necessarily like inferior to the other ones, but it definitely has that gear as well.
Yep. Yeah. Here the problem is for Nathan is that the Murktide is actually the Abyss.
It really is 7 life points against an 8/8 flyer.
Oh, let's see
So
if
I like
Javier gets.
attacking first.
Yeah. Well, the question is if you attack with both or not. I think it actually makes sense. You only get punished by a second endurance, which obviously Nathan has here.
Uh,
But we
yeah,
can
the
also
force
just
of will.
forecast force of will, yeah.
So if you just say, okay, I'm going to force a will. If he has a power or endurance, I'll force a will it,
Hmm.
and then I'm not going to say necessarily naked, but at least it can lose to, yeah, going to 3 now is super brutal. Does he have any outs here? It's like iteration into 2 things?
Yeah, I think it has to be iterate.
Oh, okay.
Well, look at this. So you can
Yeah.
iterate into to
Pyroblast,
clouds, I guess.
Wow, or
No,
yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
you're
know.
right. It needs to be double white, yeah.
Yeah, the way the mana lines up, and this is a downside of playing 4C, is you don't actually have enough color sources in play. Basically, if you iterate into, well, we know there's a loam on top, right?
He just fetched, so we don't know what's on top. We don't know what's on top.
Geez, this was a tight game. Was typed in the chat.
Yeah, and it sure was, because it went to turn 100, but Nathan just wasn't able to like keep deploying lands. Actually, heard some cool quote the other day where it's like the Delver deck is ahead on cards to begin with because it has like a lower curve, and I
Yeah.
think this game showcases that pretty well. Actually, I don't know how you feel about that.
I think that is generally one of the advantages because in the long game, you're playing like an 18 land deck versus like effectively a 22 land deck. So what's going to happen is if both of you play an equal number of cantrips, you'll probably flood equally,
Yep.
except the fact that the ratio of lands in the 4C deck is higher. So they'll draw like one or two more lands on critical turns, where that will be the turning point for the Delver deck to take over. But like at the same time, the Delver deck has four blue-red iterations. Like it's basically four draw twos in the deck, and it has a bunch of efficient cards. So you can also do stuff like daze back a land and brainstorm it away, so you can get ahead on virtual cards in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah, virtual card advantage is exactly the term I want to use here. Also, let's just say that the control deck is stuck on 2 or 3 lands, and so is the Delver deck. That those games will favor the Delver deck
Yeah.
pretty huge, like we just saw. Uh, Nathan not being able to like develop his board, has to play into days at nasty times, stuff like that. And Javier didn't play a creature for the first, I don't know, maybe 6 turns, but still got the job done. Somewhat smooth sailing. Despite the situation might not favoring him on the surface.
Yeah, it's kind of weird in those games. I think what actually happened was, Javier has no threat, but it's really hard for the control deck to develop a threat fast enough through Power Blast and Daze. I think you sort of saw that. Like there were a lot of turns where Nathan could have just like tried to slam Uro or Endurance and try to like turn the corner quickly, but it would be vulnerable to a lot of the soft counters or the cheap cards that Javier could presumably be holding on to. And the real like kicker for me was drawing the carpet late. It's a fantastic card on turn one. It's actually almost
Oof.
unbeatable. But there
Yeah.
drawing it is just like, well, it's like I drew a land, except it's not going to do much because the Uros were all extracted, which is really one of the best ways to use carpet mana.
Yeah, for sure. Then it kind of just laughs in your face because you know how big of a game breaker it is early, and then drawing it later on. You're right. That just adds to the number of, let's say, mana sources combined. If you say that
Yep.
lands and mana creatures and stuff like that, you can kind of jam together, and that just also just the wastelands. That's like a spell, right? You have a 0 mana stone rain all of a sudden, and yeah, the Delver deck is just so versatile these days. Yeah, that was just a great display of that. Um, so we're just told the team name took the overall match 2-0, so they either won their modern or their pioneer match as well. So that will set up a matchup for the second round with the, oh, help me out here. What's it, the binge guys?
Bing Chilling, which or Bing Chillin is actually the English name. It actually comes from a funny YouTube clip of John Cena. It's an ad for Fast and Furious 9, but he talks about how much he likes eating ice cream, which is Bing Chilling in Chinese. But
Oh, I thought it was like they'd
yeah,
been chilling or what
but
some okay, but thanks for
yeah,
helping us out here.
but that's the meme in a nutshell. Because you can be chilling and eating ice cream, you're
For,
Bing
su-
chilling.
for sure. So yeah, that'll set us up for a sweet round two. So how it's going to be is that we're going to broadcast that match, and the lower
Yeah.
bracket match will be played simultaneously.
Mhm.
Um, so only one of the games on camera, just like this round. It is how it is, but we're going to bring you the good stuff. I'm going to need a short break, and when we come back, we will slowly set the table for the next match. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready for round 2, or what is actually the winners bracket finals, since it's just 4 teams. I guess that's where we are.
Yeah.
I'm here with JARVIS, and we just witnessed a banger of a legacy match between two giants. But now it's time for modern. How do you feel about that format?
Well, Modern Horizons 2, obviously, a huge player in the format is how I would put it. And wow, we actually got some really interesting updates to the four-color deck for this event. So keep in mind, all the team players were known for each team. So there was actually a little bit of inbred metagaming, I think, going on here. Because I think normally in this deck, you would never see Magus for the Moon in the main deck. It's
Yeah,
just like
that's what caught my eye as well.
yeah.
Magus of the Moon in the main deck of a 4-color control deck. So
Yeah.
I think it's a very interesting point as you mentioned here. The players are
Mhm.
known, and you can just like Google their past results and see if they have
Mhm.
any tendencies. So that's like a downside of being, let's say, a deck specialist.
Yeah. So basically, what Magus of the Moon was targeting when I actually talked to Stefan this morning in between work meetings. He was gunning for Amulet Titan, and honestly, casting Elodomri's Call for Magus of the Moon in game one, most Amulet Titan decks are cold to that, and he picked Magus of the Moon because you could A Elodomri's Call for it, and B is not weak to Force of Vigor in a Blizzboard game.
Yeah, so it's just, and also in an 80 card deck, adding like
Mhm.
these one of silver bullets is just, you're gonna draw them like less often when they're bad, but you still have the ability to tutor them up when they're good. I really like that strategy.
Mhm.
I actually have some first-hand experience with this shell, and I like Eladamri's Call because I like the
Yeah.
big 13 mana Emrakul in the board.
Yeah.
I think I had a meddling mage in there for like these
Yeah.
one-dimensional cascade decks, stuff like that. You can build your deck like that because otherwise it's very hard to like be well-rounded in your sideboard because yeah, you have
Mhm.
to cover a lot of things and you play 80 cards. So um, that's just super cool. So this, I noticed he also added the Stoneforge package for the
Yeah.
Cauldra.
I don't know about that one. I just assume that in the like if you're playing a four-color mirror or shadow or something like that, you just want a little bit more threat density.
Yep.
Cauldron Complete is kind of really annoying for specifically shadow to beat once it gets into play. Obviously, like it's not that easy for to get into play all the time.
Here we have just when we just talked about
Now,
how the Magus of the Moon was targeting Amulet, but now we can also
yeah,
lift the blanket, and so this is what he's facing. He's actually
yeah,
facing the Amulet, and you need to fill
oh,
me in on that Colossus in the top left corner. I saw that was kind
yep.
of added to the deck, but I don't really know the text of it, to be honest.
Okay, so Cultivator Colossus, for those of you who don't know, it's a 4GG star. It has trample. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. When it comes into play, uh, basically you can put a land card into your hand onto the battlefield. If you do, draw a card and repeat the process. So what this does is it gives you another top-end threat in the Amulet deck. So specifically with Amulet of Vigor, you can draw a bunch of cards, put a bunch of lands into play. Unfortunately, you don't get priority in between them to like stack. You can't
Right.
like return a bounce land and with another bounce land and go back and
Right.
forth.
I was about to ask that question, but
But
since you play so many lands, it's just like
yeah.
a huge advantage boost.
Oh, and look at this. We have access to turn three good game from Stefan's side.
That's what you told you said in the pregame that we were that's what the job it was hired to do.
Yeah.
So let's see here, and he can even play off. Huh? Maybe I. What
You
did he
get a
play the wrong
plane.
land?
No. You just get a triumph.
You get a Triumph now, so you
Then you
can
get
fetch your
plane top.
planes next turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got
So
it.
actually you played the correct land.
He sure did, and
Yeah.
I just had to like wrap my head around it. But the fact that Triumphs exist, so this Triumph is indeed the
Yeah.
white mana, but it's also the red mana. That's the key,
Yeah.
right? It's white mana for the tutor, and it's
Yeah.
red mana for the actual silver bullet.
Yeah, so we're gonna basically see a game won by deck building more than anything else, which is fine. I like to really see that stuff happen. It's not going to be a very interesting game because literally most Amulet decks are cold to this nonsense in game one.
I like 3 mana to win the game. That's a cool, and yeah. How aggressively would you mulligan for one of those 3 cards if you're in the four color seat?
Hey, it's kind of an interesting question because I know that you can lock out the amulet deck with Solitude plus Ephemerate, but it's a lot more painful to do.
Yeah, no doubt. So realistically, what's the plan for the amulet deck now if the objective is to never concede?
Draw 2 forests and play Primeval Titan.
Yeah, so you want to play
I
some vanilla 6/6s and hope to get the job done.
I don't think that's going to work because we literally have Bolt plus Fury to clear out a Titan. I think we're going to just see 10 attacks killing the opponent.
Yeah. I don't give it like very good odds. I was just asking for the logic behind Sam playing it out here. But yeah, Hardcast Titans, they have gotten the job done before. I used to play a lot of Titan Shift where I got Blood Moon and stuff like that, and then sometimes you just have to win with some 6/6s.
Those of you who might be wondering, you're like, does Dress Down turn off the Magus? It actually doesn't because of how layers work.
Okay, tell me more.
It's like the Painter Humility thing, where Humility
Oh,
doesn't
that's
actually
the
disable
one.
Pain. It's the exact same interaction. So Stefan casting Dress Down here doesn't actually disable the Blood Moon setting ability, which is really funny and weird. Yeah,
Got it.
layers. The answer is always layers. Stefan's doing this because he just wants to draw a land. Ooh, so Kenzin, the I don't know the exact name of it. Crucible of Defiance has made an appearance.
Is that the token maker?
Yeah, it's the token. Here's just some mountain as our most of his
For
plans.
sure. But it's still like a cool addition to any deck that
Yeah.
kind of has some wiggle room in the mana base, which you shouldn't think that this deck has. But I guess the fact that it casts Renin 6 makes it playable,
Ooh.
right?
So what we're
Basic
gonna
Honor
see
is
here
kind of
is
cool.
just we're just gonna see Hardcast Fury because that's a 5-mana 3/3 double strike. That ends the game real fast.
Also, the second island makes Yori unplayable in case he didn't have a Fury and needed something to close out the game.
Yeah, and someone has brought up asking if Boseiju is good versus Magus. It's not because Magus is not an enchantment, artifact, or non-basic land. Or Planeswalker, I think.
So when you said in the pregame it dodges Force of Vigor, we should also have noted that it dodges the new utility land, the legendary one, the Boseiju. Whew,
Yeah,
that was some brutal stuff there.
yeah, and look, there are no dismembers for Magus. Like, if you know Magus of the Moon is coming, you can sideboard a card like Dismember. There are
Sure.
none of that here. What's going to have to happen is Sam is just going to need to have a hand with basic force in it and just cast all of his stuff that way. It's going to be a tall order from here, I think.
I think the deck is definitely stacked against him. It can be kind of lopsided to have a 3-mana win the game on the other side of the table. Also,
I
like
agree.
just like psychologically, so you can just. But you have to just. That's why I asked game one, what's his actual route to victory? It's to draw some forest and be able to cast some spells. Well, then you just have to focus on that, right? It's also just very brutal against Ursa Saga, kills it on the spot,
Yeah,
and
yeah. It's just it does so many things. And if you notice, Stefan also has Dress Down. Cultivator Colossus immediately dies to Dress Down. Like even if
right.
you, it's just not a good card for Dress Down. In fact, that's why like you saw a lot of the ammo decks actually toning down on the number of it. People started with 4, claiming that it was cracked or it was broken, and then they started getting Dress Down. They're like, all right, we should probably shape back on this card.
Yeah, Dress Down is just such a flexible card as we touched on in Legacy as well. But for I remember playing back in the day. I played, what was that card called? Shadow of Doubt. Do you remember that card?
I do.
That was like a utility card for bad blue decks mostly. But it did counter the end of the battlefield trigger of Primeval Titan. So it's kind of like if you can do that and you can Path to Exile it afterwards, then it's kind of like an answer. Yeah, that could also come up.
Yeah, so I think from Stefan's side, I would side in Max of the Moon and Counterspell and
What about
Alpine Moon
Alpine Moon? Yeah.
and just I don't know. There's a lot of like cards that are not really the best. I think like maybe some of your spot removal can go, like the lightning bolts are
Yeah, I
kind
was
of
about
only
to
okay.
yes. How many Azusa's does the amulet deck run? But maybe the damage is already done. If you get the mana boost from it once, then if you kill it, it might be kind of bad. I don't know.
So the answer to the Zuza question is usually 0 to 1.
The answer to what? Sorry.
How many Azuzas they play? It's
Yeah.
usually
Okay.
only 0 or 1 copies.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just wondering how many targets are actually in the deck.
There's always a Boreal Grazer.
I didn't count that one. That's for sure. But yeah,
Uh,
generally this is pretty polarized because you have a lot of,
yeah.
let's call them, low impact cards, but then you just have
Mhm.
this huge sledgehammer that will get the job done the vast majority of the time. Because a card like, let's say, Teferi or Renin 6, unless coupled with Boseiju, I guess, some of these stuff are just the amulet that can go over the top if it is able to do its thing. Oh, he's a dirty boy.
Why even bother tutoring for it? Just why? Like why would we need to do that?
He,
Um,
yeah,
get,
whew.
ooh, I think they actually fixed Abundant Growth plus Blood Moon on MTGO. Like it no longer
Is it
like causes.
timestamped or how does it work? Like, how should it work?
I don't
Should it always
remember.
work, maybe?
I think maybe it should always work, but I know they fixed it.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I'm pretty sure I've both had like pre-Blood Moon and
hmm,
post-Blood Moon, and it always worked. Or maybe I just misremember. I don't know.
yeah. So one thing is, hold on. One, two. We get to 3 lands next turn.
I,
Actually, I
I,
think the Magus might be too slow.
yeah.
So
Well,
one thing, if Sam has to think about it, he needs
yeah.
to tighten up 2 forests.
I was about to say if he manages
Mhm.
to find the line of tutoring up 2 basic forests, then he will not kill himself off the pact, and that's a
Yeah,
good start, right?
right.
So he has to like take out of the account that a card like Solitude will kill the Titan. And so why would Stefan keep this hand? If he keeps a 7, I will be suspecting the turn 3 Magus. I can't lie. I would that would be on my radar. Um,
Oh, wait, yeah, no, we do get to tighten next turn. Wait,
yeah, Castle
we
is good here.
no,
No, because
well,
there's no shock land in hand. I thought it was an additional shock land.
no, so we have to draw an untapped land, which is kind
Yeah,
of a tall order.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's true. So how does this work? So this also gives away the the play pretty much, right? When you're enchanting the non-basic. Untapped green, baby.
okay,
There's
that's very brutal for Sam because literally just an untapped land, which is not that high of an ask. It would be such a good draw.
then we all of a sudden
Have a
could have a
very
game.
dysfunctional hand. Yeah, one. Oh, hold
Wow.
on. I'm trying to work out if there's is it no because you have to spend 3 upfront. I
Yeah, I
think
think that
maybe there's a
only
more.
does like magic tricks
Yeah,
with an amulet out.
yeah. I was thinking
Yeah,
it through and it
yeah,
doesn't
and
work.
that's cool. We should
Yep.
definitely turn every stone, or I'm sure the chat will tell you about it.
Yeah. Instead, Sam is going to have 3 mountains in play after the next turn cycle.
Yeah, and
Oh,
some
sorry, 4 mountains. 4 mountains
4 mountains and
now.
play an additional one in hand for good measure.
Yeah.
Brutal.
If Sam had top decked an amulet, he would have actually done like a lot of ballistic stuff
Oh,
instead
no
of
doubt.
instead of doing nothing, which is not really the best.
So fetching up an island even makes it so that Stefan has post Magus perfect mana, which is dirty out of a 4-color deck. Well, not exactly perfect, but
Yeah,
I guess it actually is with the abundant growth.
honestly, this is kind of an opposite of the first match we watched from the in the
Yeah,
legacy seat. This is the 4C deck blood mooning the opponent essentially.
yeah, yeah. That's the plan. Super brutal stuff. Wow.
So so the worry from Stefan's side is not closing the game fast enough, but with Omnath, with Yorion, with Ephemerate, it's going to be so easy to just close this
It, it
game.
it it really is. That's just something that the control decks of this era just has no problems with. Like it started with
Sure.
Oko, Dreadheart Arcanist, these cards that
Mhm.
just win the game fast, where back in the day it was like you were relying on the lone and treat the angels
Mhm.
somewhere in your deck. So the best defense is offense these days, where you can just play a card like Omnath, which will give you the life buffer, but will also close out the opponent relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like Stefan's hand's excellent now. Like I think that Triumph can tap for all colors. I'm not actually sure.
I think we'll see
Well,
now.
okay. Well, I mean, that gives it away. It can in fact tap for all colors.
Yeah, so just the fact that yeah, quick concession here from Sam. I mean, I realized that we all have like different tastes of Magic, but that's like a bit anticlimactic to my taste. But it's also satisfying to see deck building paying off. How do you feel about it?
I agree 100%. Not great games to watch, but just obviously Stefan was rewarded for a metagame call. In fact, he had the second Magus of the Moon in the sideboard, so he goes to 4 total.
It
For
goes to
like
four
4 total
total,
Magus.
which
Yeah.
so let's just that the from third to fourth copy holds a lot less weight than the first copy, but I see why you would kind of just up your percentage points, I guess, for having it in your opener. Yeah. So up next is some sweet Pioneer action. So we kind of
Nice.
finish our trilogy of great formats. I believe Luis Salvatto is their Pioneer seat, and he's piloting Is It Phoenix with no thing in the ice. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see this occasionally. I think the first version of this deck that I saw with the Galvanic iteration piece of the puzzle, 2 Temporal Trespass, 2 Treasure Cruise package was from Gold Ducat himself, known
Yeah, the
also
master.
a good legacy player as well.
Oh yeah.
But the reason to play a version like this is you can assemble these sort of Albrons Epiphany combo kill for a lot lower cost by comboing a Delve card with the iteration, which will bring back all your Phoenixes, which translates to 12 damage. And I guess the reason to not play Thing in the Ice is it's not very good, like in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, it's definitely a choice that makes the deck a bit more one-dimensional, I would say. But let's see how that plays out. So we come in here mid-game. The opponent is on black white auras,
Yep.
which I haven't seen in action for ages. But I used to play a lot against it with my Phoenix deck, and in there I loved my things in the ice. So let's see if Salvatto can get the job done without it.
Interestingly, they're still on game 1 because Stefan basically had a turn 3 kill 2 games in a row as the 4C deck.
So that's why we have multiple matches rolling, so we can move on to good things if stuff like that happens.
To be fair, I think this is a matchup where you would want a card like Thing in the Ice
Oh,
because
for sure.
what you want to do is reset all of those auras off of
Yeah.
the big
One
creature.
100% agree. It's way more challenging to get the job done for Luis without like cheating the tempo in his favor. So
He tabbed back. He's tabbing to the legacy match to like maybe have a brief discussion with Javier.
yeah, and that's how these team trios events work. You are free to communicate with your opponent. I remember playing the team GP and the following team Pro Tour. We took advantage of that for sure. We just let Michael Bonde play his standard match, and then Thomas and I could combine our brain power and hopefully do good things. How do you usually approach it when you like? Do you just play on your own, or do you like help each other out, or how do you play it, Jarvis?
It really depends on the format and my teammates. I would say it's a matter of team chemistry more than anything else. I don't like to if some player that I trust wants to play by themselves and not get input for most of the time until they really need it, or they're clearly about to do something that's wrong. I just usually just leave it be because the problem is it's hard to track the entire narrative of a game
Too
without
much
having been
context, right?
there from the beginning.
Too
What's
much
that?
context about what
Yeah,
happened game one, which
right.
signals were given away,
Yeah,
what did I do, stuff like that. Yeah. So we
exactly.
saw Luis Lightning Axe, the new cat guy, in response to an aura, which I assume is just a good tempo play. And then he drew a Phoenix, so he can kind of get the ball rolling, spend 4 mana now, and then hopefully set up a. Was about to call it a Splinter Twin situation now.
It is close to a Splinter Twin situation. He's just missing a Galvanic iteration to basically cast Time Stretch for 5
That
mana.
that is true. So now he kind of has to kill his own bird, which is not a problem since it comes back with haste. We have the temporal trespass here to top it off, which is a very expensive time walk. It just goes to show how busted taking an extra turn is.
It's not that expensive in this deck. It's just 3 mana Time Walk.
To be fair, it has some conflict with Treasure Cruise
Treasure
in the
Cruise,
delve
yeah.
slot. So you need to play some other combination of card draw to have like the critical massive card advantage. Yeah, that game it just seemed like that the Auras deck just drew creatures too late, I guess, since Luis had so much time.
I think maybe what happened was they probably kept like a hand with 2 creatures and both got killed, and then they couldn't really do anything because
Oh,
that's
okay. I just missed them in the yard, I guess. But yeah,
well,
that's how most games can work, right? You lose a couple of creatures, then
yeah,
he took Lurrus in hand, trying to play for the
yeah,
long game, but then the blue deck, that machine of 4 opt, 4 consider, expressive iteration, treasure cruise. What's the 3-mana card draw spell called? Pieces of the puzzle. Is that it?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
that
really
that
good
engine will
card.
just it will spiral out of control pretty quickly.
Yeah, so interesting to see here. There's no graveyard hate because it's hard to play Rest in Peace in your Auras deck because Auras is such a big part of your game plan a lot of
Yeah.
the time. Also, Kaya's Ghost Form is uh in the story I told earlier where Tristan won a PTQ, that card was actually in his deck, but it was bugged back then. Now it
Yeah.
works correctly, which is really funny to
Yeah.
see.
So can you say how are you playing that card? Are you playing it on your own guys insurance? What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's basically just like a totem armor card. If you remember those
Oh
from
yeah,
Rise of
from
the
the green white modern deck. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That is the equivalent of your God, what do they call it? Spider Umbra and what's the
Hyena
other
Umbra.
Umbra? Hyena Umbra. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, it's been a while because Bogles fell out of favor in modern because it's
It's
honestly
sure
not
that
very good.
I've played some Pauper from time to time, and it's like a tier 1.5 strategy there. So I've seen it before. And also just the fact that you know your opponent doesn't have Thing in the Ice. That makes sideboarding way easier for the
Yeah,
Aura matchup because if
right.
he didn't have open deck lists, I think he would need some like Fatal Pushes or Portable
Yeah.
Hole, something to just not lose to this
Mhm.
pesky 0-4 that will like bounce your whole board and kill you fast. Does Luis have any like super good upgrades here? What does the Pyromancer do? I actually don't even know that card. The
It's
Iron Crack.
so it's when you draw the second card on your turn, I believe you can deal 3 damage to target creature or player. It's a 2 and a red over from Throne of Eldraine. There are a bunch of cards in a cycle that triggered off the second card you drew in a turn
Okay.
cycle. So I think that is actually a reasonable card and to have a
And how
matchup like
big
this.
is it?
It's an 0-4 for 2 and a red.
It's an 0-4. So realistically, it can also do some like defense purpose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see it come in. I'm not actually sure what the Phoenix deck is allowed to take out in this matchup. And it looks like the black-white deck has taken a mulligan, although there appears to be Discord over the hand cam. All right, there we go.
There we go. So
Uh,
just
hmm.
pretty typical hand here. Luis is kind of
Hmm.
forced into either finding the land naturally or playing his what's those two-faced pathway as a blue
Hmm.
land, and then yeah, it can sometimes get a little bit awkward with the sequencing of the lands because you keep a lot of one-landers with these
Yep.
cantrips. Um, so time will tell if he gets punished for that one. As you said, there was a mulligan on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Um, Definitely cannot bottom the creature because that's your best card. I think he just bottomed one of the auras. Oh
Oh,
no,
he's even
wait,
down
is
to
the
5.
5 card hit? Okay. I mean, on 5, you definitely have to keep it. You just hope that they have
Yep.
exactly one removal spell and you take it. And Light Pause is actually really powerful. What it does is when an aura comes into play on it, you can tutor for another aura less than or equal to its casting cost and put it onto the creature as well.
So if you cast Sentinel's Eyes on it, you can find an aura.
Yeah,
For
preferably
one in your
Ethereal
deck.
Armor, I think. Ethereal Armor or Kaya's Ghost Form would be the best choices, I believe.
Wow. Okay. So that card is like it makes it even more important that you have removal spells up.
Yeah.
Cool upgrade. I think it's always cool to see when these, let's call it like tier 2 strategies, they get a good upgrade to just move up to being super relevant again. I enjoy that a lot. I hate it when like already
Uh-huh.
tournament winning decks get upgrades, more or less like Legacy Delver. I like this a lot better.
Yeah. One thing White Plus actually says on it, it says different name from it. So if you play Ethereal Armor, you can't go get another Ethereal Armor. I had
Okay.
forgotten to mention that.
That makes it reasonable, I guess.
I'm not sure. I think it's a really good card still, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, so here the problem, or I mean, he saw the second removal spell, but the second removal spell is kind of a problem, right? At least he got the third land, so he can play out the pathway, and then the Caves of Koilos next turn, or the other way around.
you
He
have to
just
jam for every time.
he's biting
But,
the sour apple here.
well, the thing is, if Luis doesn't draw a red source, or even if he does, if he draws a red source and you wait to pass with mana up, that doesn't do anything because the deck lists are open. There are no Karametra blessings in the deck list. There's nothing really to protect your creature.
Oh, okay. Right. So it doesn't matter when he plays it out. So now we could get into like a staring contest. Jonny knows that Luis didn't have the second land when he checked, so you kind of have to gain some lands together. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense if Luis just wants to get that card out of the way so he can spend his mana looking for actual stuff.
And also remember, Lightning Axe was seen off Thoughtseize, not a braid, so Genki still
Yep.
knows about the Lightning Axe.
Even more information, correct? Yep. Luis is waiting to pair that Lightning Axe with the Phoenix he just drew.
Kind
Also,
of the
just getting to spend 2 mana is better, I guess.
yeah. Oh, Luis missed on a land, so
No
that
land
is
in the
a
top 3. Good.
yeah.
Bad news is bad value off of the iteration. Good news is you don't have to spend 3 turns looking into those cards. I
True.
guess Consider can do something about that.
Can. So, Genki's kind of in the hard lock, it feels like it's so hard to make forward progress here versus the known Lightning Axe, and there's actually a second Lightning Axe in hand for Luis as well.
Yeah, the question is if Luis is willing to. Yeah, I was about to. Is this? Yeah, he's willing to play around. Well, ignore the possibility of a 5th land from Jonny's side of the table, because he knows about the Lurus, but he also kind of
Well,
needs to keep this going.
the only spell that Johnny can play off of Loris is a 2-drop. So
Yeah.
is that even that terrifying for you? Because what happens is they go Loris 2-drop, you untap, play Axe on creature, play cantrip, return all of your Phoenixes. I think that's
So
a
you
fine
get rid of the
exchange.
you get rid of the stuff and you
Yeah,
progress your own Phoenix. Yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
guess he just. I'm not gonna say set the trap because he
It's not
actually.
really a trap. Yeah.
It's not really a trap, but it just works out great for him, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the issue was Johnny's hand was not that strong. I mean, it was a 5-card hand, so it couldn't really be that strong.
Yeah.
But okay, so now maybe we get Kai's Ghost Form.
To have some resilience, some persistence in the creature. Okay.
Yeah. Is there another aura you could get that's better? I don't think there is. I think Kai's Ghost Form is literally the best one.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Luis has perfect information here. He knows about the Lurus left in hand. And as you said, he has 2 axes. Ooh, that was a stern dismissal. That can also be kind of brutal against an aura deck. He's still on the look for lands.
Yeah, I think so. Basically, the way this deck operates, I've watched people play a lot of it, is this deck can actually draw its entire deck pretty easily if you let it, which is
Yeah,
kind of funny. That's why you see Jace Wheel of Mysteries on the sideboards an alternate win con versus Graveyard Hate. It's like pretty easy to
definitely.
mill your entire deck.
I've
So
done that before. It's pretty insane.
yeah, the real choke point on this deck is usually land drops. And that's why I think it's kind of weird sometimes that the deck only plays 19 to 20 lands, but I mean, I don't play that much. I don't play that much Pioneer, so I just observe things.
The problem is that you don't have a card like Brainstorm, so you actually
Yeah.
need to have like a good. If you flood out, your deck is pretty bad.
Yep.
I think I would compare it to like your favorite modern deck of choice, the Grixis Shadow deck. Actually,
Mhm.
where drawing too many lands can be bad, but I guess then you even have Lurus to kind of circumvent that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great comparison for that reason.
Yeah, that
Um,
that might be the case. But for this one, it's kind of a catastrophe to have
Yeah.
to have too many lands, I feel like.
Here, the real issue is pathways are not dual lands, so we don't
Mhm.
really get to line up all of the cards we want to. But we can just discard Phoenix. That's like kind of a free card to discard.
Luis would have hoped to have double red available that turn.
Yeah. I think the
But
issue with Stern Dismissal here is if you play the Stern Dismissal, they just recast the Light Paws, play Lurrus, and play an Aura on it, like with that untapped land.
yes, that is true. That is true. The line number 6 made that line possible for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, because yeah, this is pretty exciting. He's trying to set up some sweet turn with that Temporal Trespass and double Phoenix.
I think also what Luis is thinking about is should I just untap and use the Lightning Axe as one of my spells? Because as it stands, a lot of the spells are reactive, so it might actually be difficult to cast 3 spells in one turn
Yep.
if you don't play the axe on your turn.
I can definitely see that as well, because at some point he will have to count to 3 and not just throw cards out the window, because sometimes you get in desperate situations where you cast a removal spell in response to the first one to just get to 3 spells, and you really ideally don't want to do that.
I might have dazed a non-zero number of my own spells playing Buried Alive Phoenix when that was a legacy deck.
Oh yeah, I love that deck as well. And that's definitely the same thing. It has to be done sometimes. So luckily he can chain some cards he actively wants to fire off instead.
Yeah, and now he can always just burn a removal spell because it's just so much safer to just like keep the board clear. And you're attacking for 6. That's like pretty fast clock.
It is, because the game is over next turn, right?
Yeah,
With
I mean,
the trespass.
yeah, I mean, he has to suspect that Luis has a. Oh no, he knows about it, right? From the Thoughtseize on
I
turn
actually
1.
don't remember if it was in the hand at the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't know about the second X.
Yeah, he doesn't, but it doesn't really matter. Like this is just a checkbox.
It doesn't, because whatever gets enchanted by the boon is gone in response.
Yep.
And then the temporal trespass will seal it up.
Yeah. So pretty convincing victory for the Phoenix. Like,
Yeah,
obviously,
it really was. He's playing the big boy version without Thing in the Ice, showing how
yeah,
it's done.
but it kind of looks like it wasn't even necessary. Like these games. I mean, obviously Jonny Mulligan to 5. I don't know if this is how the matchup actually plays out.
I don't think that deck gave like the best impression for the games we saw. Ideally, you want to put on a lot more pressure early on, and while maybe casting a thought. I think it's trying to do like a hammer impression, I guess.
Yeah, there's another deck that has sort of come back in the form of Ensoul Artifact because there
Yeah.
were a lot of good tools for that deck from this set as well.
Yeah. Yeah, these resilient, super hard-hitting aggro decks are definitely back on the menu. And here we see the Firebirds getting the job done for Luis. Delve confirmed, broken. That was yeah, I think it was a combination, right? Luis played well, didn't get punished for stumbling, but the black-white deck just didn't put up that big of a fight. I would assume it's much more terrifying when they have like strong draws, but I don't have experience with it like the new iteration.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with that Phoenix. Like obviously I've played Modern Phoenix, I've played some Legacy Phoenix. But this is a little bit of a different beast. Think you're kind of just trying to mill yourself for a lot, which is why you see out so many pieces of the puzzle. A card historically that I've only seen in sideboard of Gift Storm before.
Yeah, pieces of the puzzle is pretty insane. It's card advantage. It accidentally like mills Phoenix, fuels Delve. The question is just if you're under too much pressure to allow yourself to pay 3 mana for it at the time. And in these games, he had the time to do that. And then I just think you're in a good spot with that Phoenix deck, no matter which deck you're facing, more or less.
Yeah, we basically saw 4 lopsided games in 2 different matchups, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, we want close games, but we also want to like cool stories of like the design, like the Magus, that was a cool design play. So we have a decklist on the screen here. It's green-white depths, and you're a married lage expert. So I'm gonna let you kind of take it from here and showcase some cool things about this list.
Yeah, so well, I guess we'll just go straight to the game instead.
You will
Um,
showcase some cool things about this game instead.
yeah, so I think generally why the perception of there's a perception that white green depths is favored versus blue red delver, and I think generally the games where depths or delver does not have a fast clock, the issue is all the white green decks are kind of big and just it's kind of naturally hard to beat a lage
Yep,
most of the time.
agree.
And yeah, there was a Tower of the Magistrate in white green depths. That's not a normal inclusion. What it lets you do is it lets your lage sneak past Thopter tokens from Psi Master Thopterus.
Yeah,
In the
that's a
old
cool
days,
thing. I was
you
about to
would
say,
use it
wasn't it
to
like an equipment tech,
yeah
anti-equipment tech back in the day?
yeah you would target their germ and it would fall off.
You target the germ, they get protection from it gets
Yeah.
protection from Batter Skull, and that's all she wrote. Yeah, yeah, I remember that for sure. Just a
So
powerful like Maze of Ith style card against um, equipped stuff. Yeah, yeah. So
this
note that
is
this one has summoning sickness, the Reclaimer, in case anybody's wondering.
yeah, but there is a crop rotation and a fetch. That's what's being thought about.
There is a crop rotation alongside a Flagstones, which is and the fetch to put the third lane into the yard. So
Mhm.
that's pretty cool. So rules question: can you channel as an instant?
Yeah,
That also
I,
makes
I
that card even
I
better.
I know this for a fact because I played it a lot with the Saviors channel cards in their standard format.
I didn't even
Uh,
know that. Are they just bad since I haven't never like heard of them?
no, well, if you didn't play standard back then, you probably don't know them. They're not like
Played a
that
little bit
famous.
with the first set with like Meloku and the Green Beacon and stuff. That's a deck I remember.
Yeah, I played with Arashi the Sky Sunder because it was the best way to kill Moloku and all of its tokens. It was X
Yep.
green green channel, deal X to all creatures with flying.
Oh, sweet.
There was Jirari the Earth of Flame, which is similar but for ground creatures, but it was X red red red, which is a lot more expensive.
For sure. So cool little exchange here where instead of going for the crop rotation, he
Mhm.
chose to channel the waste. Wait a minute. Yeah, wasteland. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So also just some quick notes on these new cards. I'm kind of learning with the audience here. Javier could tutor up a volcanic island because of the wording on Boseiju is exactly what? What's the wording? What
It,
makes it
the opponent's allowed to search for a land that has a basic land type. So
right?
Volcanic Island currently has the basic land types of island and mountain.
It's not a basic land card, but it has a basic land
Yeah.
type. Yeah.
So if Tristan had gone for the other play of not um, channeling Boseiju and just crop rotating, it would have shut off the second bolt as being a removal spell for the Reclaimer, and then you just slowly use the Reclaimer to build up stage depths safely.
So how is so? Because of Sajiri step?
No, the Javier wouldn't have a second red source, couldn't cast bolt. There would be three
That's
lands in the graveyard.
yes, because you get an untapped volcanic island out of the deal, and then
Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's cool.
Hmm.
So here a medium-sized Murktide hits the battlefield. Tombstalker's crazy big brother.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because there's sort of a question if you want to make the first one big and then the second one will be smaller, or if you want to
Yep.
make the first one small and use the second one to get counters onto both of them, essentially.
I didn't notice how many cards Javier is this his whole yard, or did he already delve something?
This is his whole yard because it's only turn 4, and it
Okay,
doesn't look
so
like
so
he's
so
cast out
he
anything.
could only keep one instant or sorcery around. So that, but I definitely get what you're saying. You could be in a situation where you could keep more around and hedge for that sorts of power shares.
Right. Well, also, like, if you just make the second one big, it doesn't really matter if the first one's small because the second one will also get counters, or the first one will get counters from the
Yeah,
second one delving.
that's a very good point because they for some reason do grow each other. I don't think that was needed to make that card playable, but they do.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting questions about that specific card design, but here the issue for white green is it's kind of hard to come back from this board state because you're not a deck with a lot of card selection. Like you have Greensun, Xanath, and Sylvan Library, but this is a bad situation for Sylvan Library because you're dying very quickly.
It really is. The question is, how many endurances that deck run?
I didn't get a good look, but generally the stock versions have one main deck and maybe two-ish sideboard.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's just so it covers some graveyard, it covers some Delver. It's just a great card to like make your whole sideboard well-rounded, I guess.
Yep. Oof, that
Here's
is
another example. I feel like
God.
we've been here before.
That carpet of flowers is not great here.
How aggressive
And
are you with this Murktide? You're not aggressive if your name is Javier Dominguez.
I don't like it. If the question is should you cast the bolt or not, I don't
Mhm.
really like casting it because I think we can get a little bit more utility out of it. And
Okay.
I also think we're gonna have to play a little bit longer because we can't actually like two-shot our opponent or anything. Like
We could we
yes,
could we could do that, right? We would have had lethal next turn if we fired it off and played the guy.
yeah, it's just I don't know.
You're
I
afraid of
mean,
things going wrong, and Bolt could have helped you in that spot.
yeah, exactly. I
I'm just
mean,
trying to
if
think which cases that are.
well, by him fetching here, I think what this means is he is actually going to go for it because otherwise you don't really want to just like crack
Oh,
that
because he had
another.
the land, he.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we have a results update. The Sunny Days team took down Team House, which eliminates the House guys from the tournament.
Yep.
It's brutal. It's 2 shots and you're out. That's the nature of the double elimination beast. Crop rotation. Is there any
So
like
yeah, I saw there was a Mazavith. Um,
yeah.
and
Maze of it is definitely some temporary, but then you need to draw something next turn for the Delver. That could be like endurance or something.
yeah, I mean this is not a great situation to be in, of course, but you do what you got to do. And now you're really hoping your opponent doesn't draw a wasteland because obviously this plan is not good for that. Or Blood Moon or anything really.
Yeah.
Like I think
And
just to make cards you have to fade.
yeah, Maze of Ith is definitely not. Let's say there's no guarantees attached to that card these days. But right now,
There were
it was.
never sorry. There were never really any guarantees for that card. And
I guess the matchups where it was good always had Wasteland in it, so
yep.
I guess that's true. Top of the deck doesn't help, and Javier Dominguez takes it down for team name. So we saw Salvatto emerge victorious in Pioneer, and then Javier in Legacy. Whew, those guys look super hard to stop. Now they will be awaiting in the grand finals,
Yep.
while the you can say the Chinese thing, the Chinese team name. I don't want to go there.
No, I'm just gonna use the English pronunciation, which is Bing Chun.
Right? Bing Chillin and
Yeah.
what's the other team? So
Sunny
how's
days.
Sunny Days? Yeah, so those two will battle it out, and whoever wins that match will have to win 2 consecutive best of threes in the grand finals,
Mhm.
since they come from the lower bracket. That's pretty natural for any American or anyone who follows like esports, but I'm just gonna explain it just rather one more time for the Europeans than leave it unexplained. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much action in this legacy round. I actually think that matchup is super interesting, and I would guess
Mhm.
that you have experience from both sides. Is that true?
I do. Um, when I played Golgari Depths, like the black green version, I thought it was super head because Abrupt Decay was also really good, and Urborg plus Hexmage was super good. But uh, now with white green, I think the dynamic is a little bit different. I think a lot of the games you beat them are just by having a big Knight of the Reliquary, which is kind of hard for them to deal with. And also, I think Elvish Reclaimer being a 3/4 if you wait long enough is also a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. The plan B seems super good for that deck. I always liked it on paper. I just didn't get to try it out, but I always found it hard to play against because am I up against like a glorified Maverick deck, or am I up against a Merit Lage deck? And then you throw in some Wastelands and just solid Swords to Plowshares, Sylvan Library for good measure, and all of a sudden you have like this well-rounded deck that can win in a couple of directions. I think what we're going to do, Jarvis, is going to take a short break before we set up for that would be the consolidation final of our tournament.
Yep.
So yeah, I hope you stay with us, and see you soon. Hello guys, welcome back after a brief break. I'm here with Jarvis Yu, and we are getting to the more exciting stage of the tournament. What do we have lined up next, Jarvis?
We have a legacy match: Team Sunny and DAZE versus Team Bing Chun. I believe is Jeskai, Hull Breacher plus Days Undoing versus White Green Depths.
Yeah, and this is definitely this is right up my alley here. You have stable mana, you have cheap removal, and you also have an unfair I guess take on the deck. So can you walk people through the unfair side of this? Well, fair control deck on the surface, but it can also do some nasty things, right?
Yeah. So the combo is you have Days Undoing, which is normally like a Wheel of Fortune or a Time Twister, which is both players shuffle their hand and graveyard into the library and they draw 7. If you combo that with Hull Breacher or Narset, what will happen is one player will end up with either 0 or 1 cards in hand, and the other player will have 7, the Jeskai player. And that means winning is sort of an afterthought by that point.
Yeah, I think that point is pretty great, because at that point your deck should be able to like get the job done. But I can see that he did include a haymaker like Shark Typhoon. But aside from that, he will be leaning on mediocre beatdown out of the flash creatures, which is cool. And we're actually right into action here. Um, not yet, not yet. Never mind. So the Jeskai deck here is kind of clunky. We talked about this briefly before, that we like what the deck is trying to do overall, but the mana curve is a bit of an issue here. However, the matchup is not necessarily punishing that fact. Do you agree about that?
I agree. There are no like you're playing against a white green deck. Basically, everything's on the table. You can figure out what they're capable of, and they don't have any spell pierces, dazes, force of wills, pyroblasts. What you really want to do is have cheap removal in the form of Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exile, even Caracas and Prismatic Ending are both important as well. Just to make sure you don't get waged, keep like their tutor creatures off the board and just try to set up the one-sided wheel effect essentially.
Yeah, and that deck will have a hard time dealing with, especially Narset, if it comes to that. So now we're actually live. The Depths deck won the die roll and is looking at a hand without green mana. So that quickly turns into a fresh 7, where something has to go on the bottom. What do we have on the Jeskai side here? Is that an ideal opener?
If it had one plow instead of one DAZE doing, I think would be
Yeah.
pretty close to the ideal opening in.
Yeah,
But
so he's Killer SUV is very excited to not see a turn one what's it called?
Elvish
The elf.
Proclaim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's like he kind of got away with it here. It must feel
Mhm.
pretty good, right? Especially when he gets to Spell Pierce, a juicy Sylvan Library.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one for him to spell pierce.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ooh.
Mox Diamond. See, back in the day, it would be like a free roll to play the diamond over the land, but now we have Prismatic Ending, right?
Yeah, you could say that, but some of these white green depth decks also play Field of the Dead, so it's not always a free roll to do that as well.
Got it. Yeah, maybe that was just my experience from a deck like Land or Aggro
Yeah,
Loam from like years back, where
sure.
there weren't any like super versatile answers for the diamond itself.
Hmm.
And as expected, the Sylvan Library gets spell pierced. Sylvan Library is super strong if left uncontested. It is a bit more inconsistent these days, though, thanks to Prismatic Ending. You guessed it. Plow is good insurance here.
Agreed. Ooh, Depths is not the card you want to draw. Oh, I will say that Tristan's plows are much worse than Killer SUV's plows.
No doubt, no doubt about that. So this is the what a draw. The Force of Will is just the insurance you need here to. I mean, he will probably be looking at the 1-2-3 punch of Teferi, Narset, Wheel. Oh, okay, not even the Teferi. Okay. I guess it's the perfect information, the nature of the perfect information where we see the crop rotation. But I think overall, maybe the static ability on Teferi is not that insane against green white.
It actually is because it forces you to decide when you want to cast crop rotation, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying it's basically only crop rotation that it impacts. And we know with perfect
Right.
information that Tristan is holding 2 of those. So
Hmm.
SUV could underrate the Teferi, and we could overrate it because of that fact.
I actually think Forcible was a much better draw than any of the other cards he drew right there.
Yeah.
Because what it means is Tristan, hypothetically, without the Force, could just go for the kill. You photo green off Savannah, crop rotate it, get
Yeah.
stage, and just activate. And he might,
I,
in fact, go for that here.
I was about to say, I don't think your odds gets better by letting Killer SUV look at the top 4. So I think it's time to go now, which is super punishing, but that's just the name of the game, right?
Mhm.
I think going for the throat here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think your options are your hands are tied. Your opponent's tapped out a plow, and Tristan correctly identifies that this is the best window.
Yeah.
Of course, we know it will very clearly not resolve pitching a Days Undoing.
Oh yeah, this is of course brutal, but viewing it from Tristan's perspective, it had to be done.
Yep.
Prismatic Ending is that card is very
Ooh.
secondary to the plan here.
That Reclaimer is very late, and I think we're about to see not many cards in one player's hand.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. So the thing is about Days Undoing, the turn immediately ends,
Yep.
which is, I mean, so you can't play out of land and stuff like that. It's just some small drawback, but I'm sure the okay, he's actually activating first. Why is that smart?
So I guess the plan is not even to do it this turn and just to set up shop.
Okay. That's a cool way to play it.
Like
Does that
I
deck
think,
play Sagiri step?
yeah, it plays 1 or 2 copies. It depends on who you ask.
Yeah. But then again, Teferi kind of you have to play your cards like it's such a bad timing that Sagiri step couldn't really. I mean, it would be okay, I guess, but nothing special.
Yeah, I think the primary issue now is with the Teferi, we can also instant speed prismatic ending as well if we find a second white source. So it's going to be really, really, really difficult to come back from this board state.
For sure, this is brutal. This is a great showcase of why the unfair side of this deck has merit, right? Because you have like a new axis of attack that can just leave players completely depleted. Where if you played like a normal Jeskai deck, you would do like step-by-step removal counter, try and assemble a good board. But this can just do some nasty 1-2 punches.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure that the unfair aspect matters that much in the matchup. I think the real issue is if they just draw a bunch of removal, it's really hard for you to win because the way the white green depths deck is constructed is to try to beat up on the, fair
Yeah,
blue red style decks. Like all your cards are like efficient creatures, but efficient creatures historically are not really what you want to draw versus a deck full of plows and prismatic endings,
got it. So how do you feel about the brainstorm here?
And it's just
Do you
looking
want?
for a land. It
Yeah,
like
but is so I'm just thinking here. If you don't hit a land there, what can happen? I would just have ensured the draw 7 on my opponent's draw step. But
I
maybe I'm.
Well, I think I understand the logic of what's going on here. You don't really want to cast a draw 7 until you've emptied most of your hand. Like he's viewing it as though he's so far ahead that if he just plays all of his cards, then casts a draw 7, it
Yeah.
reduces the fail state of him drawing like 5 or 6 lands and his opponent drawing like 1 real card or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get. So he obviously has played the deck
Yep.
and knows what he's doing. So I think it's just when I look at the deck on paper, I was like, I want to set up this combo. You can get kind of tunnel visioned, but I actually think this makes a lot of sense. I really like this play.
I think where you want to set up this combo the most is versus other combo decks, if that
Yeah,
makes sense, and just actually empty their entire hand and draw into like a force. Like then how can they ever win?
exactly.
Or you can just cast Daze and doing draw step because the card's really toxic because of Teferi
If
too.
you do that on draw step,
They don't actually even get a card because of
hero
Narset.
cards to play with,
Yeah,
my friend, and you
yeah.
can
This
even go for the
is
ponder.
yeah.
I
This
remember
is
playing actually. I
uh,
played PT Origins, and I opened a Days Undoing in pack 3. I thought my deck was insane, so I red drafted that one because it was actually like a $15 card at the time.
right.
It was terrible.
Hmm.
Definitely terrible. But that card is super cool. I play it from time to time in Vintage as well with Hull Breacher.
Yep. I mean that is also in this deck. It's not particularly fun to play against, I think, is the only knock against this style of deck. Like,
I agree. It's like the game is not 100% over, but it probably is. So dragging out the pain is not where you want to be, and then a concession comes in. That makes a ton of sense here. So from the green white side of the table, how can you improve here? I love the court. The
yeah,
white
well,
court
yeah.
the white court is good. Choke is obviously good. An additional library is good.
Mhm.
The liberator, that's like a good pride mage, Chrysali pride mage, right?
Yeah.
And
Uh,
then you bring in endurance to pressure walkers and hopefully
I,
catch sleeping at the wheel the hull breacher.
I'm not sure. Like, it's really hard to catch a whole breacher with that stuff. I think I'm inclined to take out all my swords to plowshares and just accept losing to the whole breacher Days Undoing thing. Personally, maybe that's crazy, but I think you have so many cards you want to side in. Like Sylvan Safekeeper is actually excellent versus this style of deck. So
Sylvan Safekeeper is also there. Yeah, I missed it because
yeah,
of the artwork. Yeah, for sure.
I would like to have Sylvan Safekeeper, the Sylvan Library, the Chokes, and the Court of Grace are slam dunks. The issue is I don't even know what else you're allowed to side out. Probably you can side out Bajuka Bog. It doesn't have much text, and Mazavith is also generally not very good.
Yeah, I think some of the deck is kind of designed so that you can
Mhm.
trim those. Those lands are their spells, right? It's not like instrumental to cast your stuff. It's some utility that is just randomly a land because you play Crop Rotation Knights and Elvish Reclaimer, so you can easily trim them. It's not like you should be afraid of not having enough lands, etc. So yeah, I'm gonna be excited to see if um, card like situational cards like Endurance or maybe even Prismatic Ending. I mean, Prismatic Ending is better than Swords to Plowshares against this deck, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we see some number of swords kept in the deck.
Yeah, so from this side, we have two real haymakers in the terms of Blood Moon,
Yeah.
because, and I also think Supreme Verdict is actually quite good for specifically how this white green depth deck is built,
Yep.
because generally it's trying to build up like a board of big green creatures, and Vert is pretty good there. And as long as you have a plow left over from Lage, that's fine. Then you can't really die.
I was about to say the Supreme Verdict's best friend is a Swords to Plowshares because
Mm-hmm.
swords will clean up the big guy that Supreme Verdict leaves behind. So I could
Mm-hmm.
definitely see that. And then worst case, it's fodder for Force of Will. I love Supreme Verdict for the utility that way. And I agree about the Blood Moon. Blood Moon can make casting Supreme Verdict complicated, to say the least. It's actually impossible. No, he has two. It's just two different planes, so it's not
Right.
impossible. But he would need to do some thorough fetching beforehand to make Supreme Verdict playable post Blood Moon.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to fetch basics anyways to minimize wasteland to begin with.
That is
Because he,
definitely plan A. Sometimes you just draw the duels, or you
uh,
have like a fetch land paired with island hand, and you can
sure.
get kind of disrupted that way. But that's definitely the plan for sure. Maybe he has to change some cantrips, so the double planes can be hard to get out of there.
You don't
I
see
also wonder. Oh,
Fry
sorry. Go
too
ahead.
often. Sorry, you
Yeah,
don't see Fry too often in this format.
that's the
That's kind
pioneer card for me. So I'm just trying to think
of
here. Fry. So when is it not just let's say bad pyroblast? Because taking out
well,
stuff like
it's uncounterable.
it's uncounterable. That's fair. I do
Yeah.
think the 2 mana versus 1 mana will be relevant just as often. So I'm just trying to think about white cards that are nice targets. Like, do you want to
I'm
board it in against Death and Taxes? I guess maybe you bring it in here because of Knight of the Reliquary. That's sometimes like a 3/3 or 4/4.
not sure. Well, we'll see if it comes in or not, I suppose.
Would you bring it in against Death and Taxes?
I mean, probably, but it's like not really the best. It's like exactly okay, I think, is how I would put it.
Yeah, yeah, same. I'm just trying to think about the
Mhm.
extra utility. So here we have depths on the play. Half the exile is still in the deck. What does that tell you? It tells me that there is also plows on the deck.
Yeah, that's kind of. Or the other thing it could be used for is protection against Blood Moon, I guess.
Ooh, okay, I see. So ideally, you have like a reclaimer, and you can path it in response to opposing plows and get something out of the deal. I mean, it's playable.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would actually want to approach the matchup that way, but it is what they've decided to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're definitely right. It's an angle I haven't used for multiple years. I used to do it in my Scapeshift deck with Wood
Yeah.
Elves. Block a big creature and path my own thing if I needed the land over killing the opponent stuff. But yeah. Do you force this Reclaimer?
I mean, our hand literally, if you let that Reclaimer resolve, they'll just go fetch two basics, and then your Blood Moon has no text, so probably.
Yeah, and that Blood Moon is also stretched to begin with the dual lanes.
I think that is likely to work itself out by the time you want
Yeah.
to cast Blood Moon, actually,
It
but
yeah, it could be. I'm just saying turn 3 Blood Moon, it can be hard to just slam with this land setup. So Tristan went for the ramp instead of developing the Reclaimer. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
that
Okay.
that pause, that pause is a really good draw. But yeah, you
So,
don't even have to cast it yet. you can actually hope to like tag something with Spell Pierce, and then like plow on another turn cycle when you're not using the mana.
Yeah, I always find it hard to play in situations like that where you can take their mana creature out of the equation, but you will then be more vulnerable to what's coming, right?
The other flip side is I think you want to preserve your plow for a better target because a lot of their deck is like mana sources.
Yeah. Reclaimer resolves. Yeah,
Uh,
this is funny because this is just something that will happen from time to time. It's obviously
yeah.
super like unlucky because in the perfect world you can sit on your basic lands and be
Mhm.
wasteland proof and set up for Blood Moon, but yeah, sometimes this just happens and then drawing the second copy is super brutal.
Yep. Kind of an interesting question of how you want to play this hand now. Yeah.
Which kind of like proactive, I guess you're just searching, trying to find a wasteland here and ice the game, or yeah, right?
Well, you could also not do that and just play Raminat Excavator, but I'm not
Okay.
sure I like that very much.
So
See
just
what
get
happens.
some mediocre beatdown going rather than. I really don't think it's the end of the world if this crop rotation gets forced. I think the upside is so high from the depths player's perspective.
Right.
Whew.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's just beautiful. So watching Magic
Yeah.
at a high level, you just realize how different.
Yeah.
I mean, I have like one philosophy. They have a complete different philosophy. It's just a beautiful game, right? Because there's no like right way to play it.
And the brainstorm versus the plateau is just, obviously not what Killer SCV was hoping for.
Exactly. I realize there are also a lot of like brutality here, but just a
Yeah.
choice of letting the reclaimer go, not killing the mana creature,
Yeah,
choosing what to fight over.
it's a brutal way to go, of course, but it's not even over yet. We might have a choke versus Blood Moon game going, but the funny thing is there are no tapped islands, so you don't even really want to play the choke, you know?
It's I mean, I can see why you want to slam it now. Yeah, yeah. So,
Just
so
this is
that's
a
a reason to play it
ridiculous.
out, right?
This is a ridiculous situation. I mean, well,
It
actually,
really is.
the actual reason to play it out is what if their hand is just like Island Ponder and they want to do that to set up, right? Like,
Yeah, and you draw something Light Knight at the Reliquary, and you wished you would have
right,
played it out the turn before, right? That's the
exactly.
um. So now Force of Will comes in. I actually like pitching the Brainstorm because
Because of
kind of
the
need
choke,
some,
yeah.
kind of need the natural lands anyway, and you want like the built-in
Mhm.
answer for choke at some point.
Well, the problem is if you use Teferi to bounce it, probably her lands will be tapped and then the choke will be recast anyway. So,
I will definitely plus that
yeah,
Teferi the first time. That's like what I'm
right.
hoping to do in that scenario, but
Sure.
for sure that's a fail rate. So
Looking for these 3 drops.
the mono 3-drop deck.
Okay, nice. Stage can get you another basic under Blood Moon. You can just stage one of your basics. It'll know.
Okay, cool. So Teferi plus, I assume here.
Yeah, I mean, not much else you're gonna do with it on this board state because if you just minus it, they recast it and
Yeah.
your Tundra's tapped. Oh,
I feel like Killer is not giving himself the best outs to win this game. I think hoping that Tristan does nothing for a turn. I like that better. I don't know how you feel about that.
I also like hoping for one turn.
So that he kind of takes the gas off the pedal for one turn. I guess that Zenith invalidates that for sure. And then you at least have your draw step and the draw from Teferi to find that Force of Will or whatever you're searching for. Plus, your Tundra is actually untapped, so you can have like Prismatic Ending. You can help cast Prismatic Ending further down the road.
Yeah, so the primary question now is, should you even play Choke, or should you just Zenith for a Knight of the Reliquary, I think?
Can you do like a relevant thing off of a cheaper Zenith?
I mean, you could Zenith for 1 to get Reclaimer and then play Choke as well.
Is that like impactful enough?
I'm not sure. The problem is all of the Reclaimer lands come into play tapped.
Yeah, it was mostly to like put the pressure on, I guess. I think it's a tough call because you can go for a more like a lesser impactful card now, or a better one next turn. I think both have their flaws.
Oh, I didn't even
Huh.
consider getting Sylvan Safekeeper.
I didn't
Yeah.
consider that either, just for the fact that no other creature is here right now. But I guess he's playing towards making crop rotation and dark depths like good draws.
Mm-hmm. I believe Plains was drawn off the top, although it's kind of hard to tell.
Sylvan Library. That's
So,
not a bad draw.
so the reason I thought Reclaimer was going to be gotten instead of Safekeeper was you could activate, you like sack one of your lands to get Dark Depths, use the forest stage to copy.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter that the depths comes in and play tapped, you will still have enough mana.
Yeah, so in that case, so this is like a concession to the card Swords to Plowshares, and your play was like a concession to the game going longer and the blue deck being favored.
Yeah, although like with the choke, things get kind of weird. I'm not sure what's really going to happen, to be fair.
That the fact that the plateau and the plains are in there makes it so that you can't really bottleneck the deck that easily. So because usually when you have to playing under a choke and you have to deal with opposing stuff, then the punishment is that your lands don't untap. But it's actually not game over right now. It's just like a glorified Stone Rain, or yeah.
The no attack was fear of in Hole Breacher,
Yeah.
but kind of wonder if you should just take your lumps to that. Wait, is the hand cam not right? Oh, the hand cam is not
Oh,
quite
okay.
correct. There was a prismatic ending, which
Instant speed prismatic ending here, which definitely changes things around. We will hopefully get that fixed for you. Until then, we can just talk about what we see on the actual battlefield. So it is possible that that's not the actual hand. Narset will hit the battlefield here with the choke gone. That's a very reasonable play.
and also the Narset shuts off Sylvan Library, which is super annoying.
Yeah, it can do it all here. Most likely we'll only get one activation out of it because Safekeeper is okay. A plow, I guess that's just a Stone Rain at this point.
Yeah, I mean Tristan is playing
Or
land.
Crack
So.
the Earth. Not even.
Oh, that might steal it though, because depths plus stage plus the Sylvan Safekeeper is super annoying.
Yeah. It's a very, very good draw from Tristan's side of the table.
Yep.
So that comes back to the point of finding that Safekeeper was the concession to Swords to Plowshares. By the time I find my Dark Depths, I assume my opponent has found a Swords to Plowshares, and how do I beat that?
This looks really smart now. And in fact, Safekeeper is one of the best cards versus Tundra style decks for depths in general, I think.
Indeed, it's just super annoying. I always have a hard time playing against it. I always like desperately try and kill it early, and then it doesn't end up doing anything.
Right.
Yeah, it's like it's a Spellskite, a nasty Spellskite.
It's better than Spellskite because Shroud is a lot more powerful than redirecting a spell to Spellskite.
It sure is, because now even with 4 plows in hand, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, one thing I personally like to do in these matchups is if I have Safekeeper in my hand, I almost never play it on turn 1. Because that's just asking for you to lose your lands with your most potent weapon.
That makes a lot of sense. Just keep it around, because the main purpose is not the 1/1 body, it's the protecting the big guy.
Yep.
And early on, you don't have a lot of like spare lands. I like that a lot. So the Safekeeper attacked life total? Is that correct?
Um,
That must have been it, right? Because I was already discounting the second Narset activation.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I'm pretty sure I'm... Huh.
Okay, so I guess it's just playing around Hole Breacher plus Swords to Plowshares to gain 3 on yourself. If you ding them from 1, it puts them at 17.
Okay, so you're saying because of Yavimaya in play, then life total might come up. So because you doesn't need to fetch.
Right.
Okay, that's pretty next level. Giving up another Narset activation on that, I think that's super next level.
Apparently hit to Fairy, and we are just blind.
So here comes the big dude with backup.
Yeah, I don't. You should technically tap your depths because it adds green because of Yavimaya, but it's also
Yeah,
kind of
that
pointless
that
by
that
this point.
that's a cool thing to note, that the green Urborg makes Dark Depths less of a liability in the mana department. So the
Yeah.
depth deck strikes back here with, I thought, was some beautiful play. I really love you get the Safekeeper,
Yeah.
unassuming, not very exciting, but it is part of the plan that will win you the game 5 turns from
Mm-hmm.
now. And I think just having a big arsenal like that will just make or break how you do with a deck like that, because I would have done something else and looked like a fool.
Yeah, clearly he had a plan in mind, which was to get lucky and draw depths, although it's not that lucky to draw one in like that many draw steps.
But if he
Um,
doesn't, he most likely loses that game anyway.
yeah, I think what actually happened was the crop rotation for Wasteland bought so much time that it sort of got Tristan to where he needed to be to actually win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That was just brutal. The only 2 dual lands getting wasted off of blue, just simply too much time in the other direction for the Jeskai deck to keep up. I love that card, Court of Cunning. No, not Court of Cunning. Well, I love that card also, but I love the white court as well. Court of Grace.
Yeah, all the mana cards are pretty reasonable in one form or the other. You just have to decide what do you want to do with them, you know?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Ooh, and we found a 1-drop removal spell, which I think is a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. Brainstorm to smooth, to ensure your land drops. You have the Force of Will for crazy shenanigans. You
Yep.
actually like the top of your deck, so you don't want the shuffle effect. So incidentally, the Caracas can also cast your cards. It's not just utility against Merit Lage.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's definitely a good start. So yeah, this is where things can get a bit ugly, like on the resource side of the table from the Dark Depths perspective.
Yeah, and it's kind of awkward that one of your lands is dried over. I think if it had been another land, we would have actually considered casting Zenith for Arbor,
Oh
but
yeah,
we that option was not available to us.
it sure was.
So I can't remember. Was SUV's last card a land that he brainstormed on top?
He did have a 4th land at some point, yeah.
Okay, so I think his plan is to just redraw it and just let whatever happened happen this turn cycle.
And then if Tristan gets frisky, maybe that Snapcaster can do some Ambush Viper.
I mean, I wouldn't even cast Snapcaster. I would just untap, draw my land, fetch for Tundra, play Supreme Verdict.
Okay. Because yeah, I guess no need to get greedy, right? And we see the double swords to plowshares in Tristan's hand here, so it just shows different philosophy. You
Mhm.
just your instinct, at least. I know you didn't sit down like the complete sideboard plan and stuff, but your instinct was to abandon that plan and try and win on other axes. Um, and I guess since I saw the Path to Exile last game, I just assumed that
Yeah.
was his 5th copy of that card. So he's trying to shut
Mhm.
down that Splinter Twin angle of the deck. It's
Yep.
just different philosophy on how to get the job done, I guess.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be really brutal for Tristan in a second, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to get all we're going to get a land killed by Supreme Verdict, which is super brutal.
Yeah.
And I also don't expect the Sylvan Library to necessarily resolve.
Yeah,
Um,
I was about to say either it's cast the library, but then again, these 3 mana kind of telegraphs the Hull Breacher, so maybe
Mhm.
I guess he has the plow. How does it work? Is Sylvan Library, is that draw step? So you can actually, on your own upkeep, plow opposing Hull Breacher?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So I would guess he plays out the library here.
Yeah, so since it's open deck list, you can be pretty sure your opponent's siding in the Supreme Verdicts versus you as well, and that
Yeah.
has to be on Tristan's radar by this point.
Yeah. I think even a small thing is that he didn't shuffle after that brainstorm.
Mhm.
So that could also be a clue that he likes lands. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just because we have perfect info that it kind of gives it away. So Silver Library, if he's forcing that, that means he's going to follow it up with Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, I think so. I think it just makes the
If he
most
didn't plan
sense.
on verdicting, then he would just ignore it by casting Hull Breacher.
If our plan was not verdict, I think just Hold Breacher eats the Sylvan Safe Keeper in combat.
Yeah, it'll definitely try to with plow backup even, and so know it's going to work. Not even double plow can do it.
Right.
There is a yeah. Yeah, so the problem with that plan is that then maybe Supreme Verdict gets worse down the line if you have to kill your own guy.
Yeah, I think that's why you can't really do the Hold Breacher thing. I think it just doesn't end up very well for you.
Yeah, this is definitely a way of getting the most value out of your Supreme Verdict as possible. Other than that, you could just go for another direction and flash in the Breacher to block, and then use that Supreme
Mhm.
Verdict as force fodder and play like, let's say, a normal game and not get tunnel visioned on getting the huge value off of the Verdict. But I think he feels good about this at this point with tapped Dryad Arbor and it kind of. Okay, so I think he deviated to the. I'm gonna use my Hull Breacher to blank your card, and then you kind of have to do more to get back into this game.
Well,
Okay.
I also think maybe the logic is you can let them have Sylvan for exactly one turn, then you Snapcaster ending it on the next turn cycle, right?
So you're saying Supreme now, get rid of the enchantment next turn.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, tons of options here. I even think after letting it resolve, flashing in the Hull Breacher end of turn wasn't like a bad option at all. A lot of stuff here.
Oh. Um.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think we're trying to set up the biggest verdict in town.
So if you do this, you're probably plussing it this turn cycle, right? And not minusing because they can just like
Maybe.
attack it for.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
about to say, or you bounce that back and just hope to like time walk this way that your opponent plays that Sylvan out again while missing a land drop. Super interesting this game because this is also brutal. Yeah, if you had a plow here. Yeah, so same procedure, still resolves, and then you're on the Snapcaster plan. I mean, I like it a lot.
This is kind of weird because I think I don't know. This something doesn't feel right about this. I'm not sure. I don't know how to put it.
I have the same sense here. So you're kind of flooding out, so you can't really punish that the green-white
Mhm.
deck is messing around, and then you just might end up losing to those sorts of plowshares, which is
Yeah.
super funny.
It well, what it feels like to me is if we had played the verdict first, we could have treated all of our cards relatively cleanly and had a Teferi stick at the end of it.
Yep.
Instead, by doing this, we're like using our cards very weirdly to deny them drawing cards.
I agree about that, and also, of course, this line of play makes the mana flooding that much more punishing because you
Yeah.
kind of cycled some cards.
Yep.
Um, that's not to say that this Supreme Verdict is still very good,
Yep.
but funnily enough, this game can go south for the Jeskai deck, even though it should be like your opponent's on one permanent on turn 5.
Mhm.
You would think that you're home safe, but it's actually still a game.
Oh, Brainstorm's a
That
really good draw.
Yeah, Braincestral Recall. Yeah, even with three spells here, so you can. Yeah, the plan is some Hull Breacher action. I guess the way SUV is playing this, he's treating the Ponder as force fodder.
Yeah, I suppose so. That could be the case, or we could just cast Hull Breacher this turn and not even like we. I think we may not even shuffle really, like because we know they're just spells on top, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's one spell on top and a Volcanic underneath.
Mm-hmm.
So now the plow is strong.
I mean, sort of. I don't. I think strong might be a stretch. We're allowed to use our source of pleasures to trade for a card.
Yeah, and that's generally good, right? Because if you didn't have like one mana interaction, getting the job done with like bad creatures would be much more viable. But he has to also do some relevant stuff himself, of course, at some point.
Right.
And I can't really. I don't have the complete like overview of what would those Swords to Plowshares have been if we boarded them out for some other cards.
They
Probably
might
not
have
cards
been
that.
lands.
Oh,
Like
okay. The like utility lands and stuff.
yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell because like it doesn't really
Yeah,
work like that, right? Um,
for
well, the
sure.
Blood Moon here is annoying, but not the end of the world because we draw now. If we draw any land, we can just start
Yeah.
cycling our lands into other lands, essentially.
Into basics, right?
Yeah, and
So okay.
I think that
Huh.
would be my plan,
Wow.
personally. Hmm.
It's it's a brutal time to be alive if you're a depths player.
Well, there was danger of this when you kept the opening hand, but for it to go this long, even if you kept like a 1.5 lander, is like it's kind of
Yeah,
variance.
of course. I agree about that.
So are we forcing this plow? This
Yeah.
one seems a little bit better to force, actually.
Oh, what's this? Yeah, this is the brutal force of will as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there will be no lands in play for the other side.
So yeah, funnily enough, this game is not over yet.
Well, it's not, but this is okay. I kind of like getting the planes actually.
Yeah, that was a cool play. Do you think the pause from SUV last turn gave away the Blood Moon, or you think I'm just
But
overthinking it?
the Blood Moon was revealed off Narset, right?
Oh, he found it on Narset. Okay, so
Yeah, so
then I
like
like the
that.
planes even more.
So what Tristan read was, okay, why did he not play Blood Moon that turn? There must
Yep,
be a reason, and the
yep,
reason was Hull Breacher.
yep.
Whoa, is he gonna lose? No, I mean he's not gonna lose, but I think Tristan's allowed to be back in this game despite
Yeah.
some
I
honestly not very good draws. Like,
Yeah, for sure. Just but that's like the inability to close the door. That's just what it
mhm.
um then that's just a side effect, right? Your deck
Yep,
wins with random 2/1s and one Shark Typhoon. That's a funny draw here. It is card advantage.
yeah, because effectively your opponent's only drawing two and you're drawing six essentially. The
Yeah.
only worry is if they draw like basic force and can cast their spells.
Agree. And how many do they run? Like 2?
There's probably only one of each basic, honestly. There might be two forests or two plains.
Yeah, I'm really not sure either. And of course, there's also Mox Diamond that I quickly forgot about. Mox
Yep.
Diamond is quite good when you get like a draw 7.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tristan, this game's not going like they're soon not going to have a hand. Is how I would put it.
Yeah, that's a good way to close the game. So the Liberator also got brought in to deal with Blood Moon.
Yeah, it's also just a creature you can like play to pressure
Yep.
planeswalkers, you know.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Is it a 3/1 on the front
It's
side?
it's a
Yeah.
three it's a 2/2 on the front side and a 3/3 on the back side.
Oh, okay.
And well, when it flips, it also becomes Trigon Predator, but it doesn't
Oh
even
yeah.
have to hit them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a torturous match by this point. I don't blame Tristan for leaving it.
Me neither. He had a lot of turns. I mean, the Jessica deck also had a lot of turns to close it out.
Yeah.
That's just we got the power of the draw step, the power of the cantrips.
Mhm.
Supreme Verdict ended up killing a land that was super brutal with 2 lands on the battlefield. He can play out those libraries and actually he would have a fighting chance. Um, but yeah, Blood Moon definitely plays like a big role in that matchup.
Mhm.
It's pretty hard to plan for if you're in the depth seat. Didn't that deck used to run Saga at some point, or was that just only when the Saga released?
Lands does because it's easier to offset it like sacrificing itself with exploration and life from the loam.
Okay.
You do see some versions of Depths play Saga, but I think generally most people have cut it from the deck because it wasn't that great. And
Okay.
yeah, I think generally the white green Depths deck would rather not play against those style of Jeskai decks. I think it's very difficult. And I also don't really love the band control matchup either. Um,
Yeah, definitely a lot more plows these days, right? There was a time where you
yeah.
could like dodge, and then they only had like abrupt decay or they only had lightning bolt, and you can sneak the big
Mhm.
creature in there more often. It looks like we're straight into a sweet modern match here. We have blue-red Murktide in the hands of Will Thompson, and we
Mhm.
have 4-color Yorion in the hands of Stefan Schutz.
Yeah. Look at that. Another new card. March of Otherworldly Light and Boseiju.
So what's the white spell? Is that like a
It's
removal spell?
yeah, it's X and a white. Exile target creature with
Is it
I
mana
believe
value
yeah,
extra life?
yeah, yeah. I believe that's the exact one. I don't remember. You can also pitch cards to it to make it
To make it
cheaper. That's
cheaper?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's just like instant speed, somewhat more flexible prismatic ending.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So Relic of
Oh,
Progenitus plus Murktide. That can hurt.
yeah. But I mean, we also just have a million Murktides. And the thing about 4C Blink is they generally do not play the card Supreme Verdict. And it's
Yep.
also open deck list, so you just know what you have to prepare for.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, so Relic of Progenitus even grows your own Murktide. That's also pretty insane. I guess he didn't need it this time around, but it is an
Yeah.
interaction to look out for. So if you can crack it with a Murktide on the battlefield, that's where you want to be. I also noticed that Bill Siv's list has the full 4 Archmage's Charm. I love that card when it came out. Just love those flexible cards where
Mhm.
do something powerful, I'll say no, don't do anything, I'll just draw my cards and be happy. And then even the take control of a small permanent is super relevant.
So Stefan's in a very rough position because I think it's actually pretty hard to get out of this being at 6 life. I think you need to cycle your relic into like Teferi 3, bounce the 10/10, and then resolve removal spell for the Murktide.
Yeah,
But the
it's
pro
it's super tough.
yeah.
Also, a card like Ice Fang Kodal could provide double duty of dealing with one of them, drawing into some more answers. Unfortunately, that Archmage's Charm will be waiting for him if he manages to get there. So how does this work? He has to spend.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to spend one card. But the problem is the other Murktide still kills him.
Yeah, I was about to say, what does this even do unless there is some life gain attached to that card that I don't know about?
No, I don't think there is. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's just a check mark for the Murktide player.
Yeah, powerful card. X7.
And well, look at that. Both sides like, okay, what does that do? It doesn't really do anything. You can have it.
Yeah, and that's game over. So yeah, I kind of lost track on these guys. So Bilsev's team was that Bilsev's team won the match on the back of this modern win. So they will play in the grand finals versus Javier Dominguez, Luis Salvatto, and Sam Rolph. And remember that the Bilsev gang, they would have to win 2 consecutive matches to take home the sweet $1,200. I'm super excited for the finals, but I think we all need a breather before we
Yep.
progress. Jarvis and you lovely viewers, we will see you guys shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm here with JARVIS U, and it's grand finals time. Now, keep in mind, we're playing a double elimination structure, which means that the team coming from the upper bracket, which is Salvatto, Javier, and Rolph, they are technically up a match, and they just need to win one best of three to claim the title, while the Bilsiv gang will need to win two consecutive ones to get the trophy and the nice pocket money that is $1,200. Uh, JARVIS, how have you been today? How have you enjoyed the action? How's it going?
We've seen a lot of different types of matches in this tournament, and that's great to see. Pioneer, Legacy, Modern, a lot of different things going on there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed just versatility of having these three different formats, the teams going in, who's going to play which format, what research can you do to give your team a small edge, what kind of curveballs can you throw. I think we got a little bit of everything today, and of course, just insanely high level of play. The Blood Moon match from Modern, you can say those were two non-games, but it was also just your homework, doing your homework paying off. So I think just us being here at the front row to showcase whether it's technical play or deck building decisions or whatever it is, I love it. I live for this. I love watching and talking about Magic just as much as I do playing it.
Yeah. Um, and I think we're going to take a look at the Pioneer portion of
Yeah,
this
we have some
match.
Pioneer coming up here. So we've seen this before. I dubbed this the big boy version of Phoenix because there's no thing in the ice. So normal people like me, I need to play Thing in the Ice to get my like cheap wins with a big Tarmogoyf. But the big boys, like Luis Salvatto, they like their Phoenix list was just more glue in the deck rather than a do nothing
Mhm.
0-4.
Yeah, there's more glue. There's like a random main deck Sweltering Suns, and you really see the emphasis on the combo nature of the deck, as well as one stern dismissal to try to answer Rest in Peace or Leyline of the Void like temporarily.
Yep. Even with Jeskai Ascendancy making a huge splash, that's actually my deck
Yep.
of choice in Pioneer. It's just some on the Aura deck. It just has more utility than you
Hmm.
usually would expect from like an unsummon on the surface.
Yeah. So, I think the matchup is against Jund Sacrifice, and I haven't taken a close look at this particular version, but you can see new cards have entered the mix. You see the Meathook Massacre from Adventures from the Forgotten Realms. See Oni Cult Anvil, which is
Yeah.
from the new Neon Kamigawa set, and really, you see Karn in this list, and I don't think that most people play that card, but it does make a lot of sense here.
It really does because when I used to play a lot against this deck and I would Google my opponent's deck list afterwards to like kind of try and learn from the match, I always saw four Bolas' Citadel in the list, and that's kind of like the finisher. But by playing Karn, you kind of get a cheaper version of that because it can still get the Citadel out of the sideboard, but you still get some more, let's say, mid-rangey thing that doesn't
Mhm.
need you to have like a million lands in play to be strong. So I like it a lot.
Yeah, and also Karn lets you play like Tormod's Crypt, Save versus Phoenix,
Yeah,
um, or
it's a very good point.
Damping Sphere, Save versus Lotus Field. There's
Yep.
a lot of utility to having the card in your deck, I think.
Yeah, there really is. You have the fourth oven out there. You have the third anvil out there. So you
Hmm.
and you can just remove all citadels from the main deck. So you get like the same, as long as your sideboard is not super occupied, you get kind of the same deck just for cheap and even more flexible. So I like that theory a lot. A card like Deathly Dispute, I've played a ton of Pauper, where that card is just basically Ancestral
Yeah,
Recall. You
yeah,
spend one more mana up front, but you get that mana back for the treasure. It's it's pretty insane when you sacrifice something that you don't really mind sacrificing to begin with, which I assume is the case with this deck as well.
yeah. Deadly Dispute looks excellent in this matchup, or in this deck rather.
The
Right,
the Jund deck being on the play here with, oh, it looks like a mulligan, so you can just dump the spare cat. I think I've played against that deck maybe like 10 times, and I still don't like understand it fully. It's like annoying value machine that just kills you slowly but surely. I don't know if you had like the same view on
Look
it.
at that. Look at Luis's hand right now.
Luis has I don't know. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't know what that is.
No, that's Arena.
I do know it's Arena. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You love you love well, I'm not sure if you love to see it, but you do see it.
So that's just a passionate guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was chuckling so much. I don't know what else he's playing right now. Um,
It
but
must be something important if he has something going on alongside this tournament.
yeah, that's some real gamer feel right there, right?
So here comes the anvil. So foods or artifacts? How is he gonna exploit that fact? So I assume the what's the green enchantment called? The crumbs,
Yeah.
trail of crumbs. So these two cards must do some good things together, right? With the cat as well.
Yeah,
So
so what you can do is you can activate the anvil, sacrificing the food. You get
yeah,
a construct, it domes your opponent for one, and a trail trigger goes on the stack. You can look at your top two cards and put a permanent into your hand. If you find something, say like Gilded Goose, or ideally Witch's Oven, things
yeah,
can really get out of hand.
yeah. That it's just a super synergistic deck that's very hard to interact with. Um, so unless you're doing something super unfair, it can just choke the life out of you.
Yeah. Um, I'm trying to imagine what should happen for Luis to play against that deck. I think really you want like a big temporal trespass turn to like
Yeah,
one shot your opponent, if I had to imagine.
that makes a ton of sense that that's what you're playing for. Also, you see Sam with Fatal Push in hand, so I guess it's one more for the home team of the Thing in the Ice less version.
Yep.
I guess Fatal Push will kill a Phoenix pretty reliably in this deck.
Yeah, it that I don't think that's the concern. A second anvil, the damage no, you get more servos or constructs.
You get more
Oh,
1/1s if you have multiple,
okay.
I guess.
You were actually supposed to activate its second main phase, I guess. Because it triggers at end step the ability.
Okay, I see.
Well, let me check the exact wording on the card because it is a new card.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it checks on your end step and the opponent's end step. I'm pretty sure it was twice each turn cycle.
Oh, it says your turn. So what you should have
Oh,
actually done was okay. You actually needed to main phase the trail activation, the like sack a token and trail activation. I
okay.
guess
So you can't do it to get a token on your opponent's end step?
that's how I'm reading it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I read it before and I felt like you could make two each turn cycle, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, I had to reread the card. Clearly you. Hmm. I guess we're down one token, but that's not likely to matter. Because we have so much material.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where it gets kind of nasty. But as you said, it looks like Salvatto is playing towards finishing the game in one go, which can be pretty hard against like incidental life gain and stuff.
Yeah. Um. It depends on how many phoenixes we find and how many iterations we find. Because if you can set up, suppose you set up you only two phoenixes, but you have three time walks on the stack. That's
Yeah,
not very difficult to kill from.
I agree. But if you want like more than 2 time walks, we need to find. I mean, I guess we can iterate plus flashback iterate, then
Mhm.
trespass. Is that 3 time walks? Does that
Yeah,
work that way? Okay.
I believe it does. Because basically, what'll happen is the person will resolve. You cast iteration, but it copies that iteration. So then
Yeah.
the next spell you cast will be three copies.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So here is a pretty mediocre dismissal.
Yeah, I mean it saves you some life. Obviously, they get to ding you for one, but the one card Sam is missing is Witch's Oven. If he
Yeah.
ever draws Witch's Oven, it's actually just over. I think. Like, ooh, Gilded Goose is actually an okay draw because it produces food that you can sacrifice.
That
Just like
definitely keeps the engine running.
yeah, and you can also pay 2 to make a food and then use that and
It
try to grind
it
your opponent out.
yeah, for sure. So not only
Oh,
like the immediate. Okay, that guy is also a good closer for when you're like spinning your wheels here.
well,
You're
that guy is why on some board states you're like, I'm not sure if my opponent's dead. Let me just start doing stuff. Then you realize you've overkilled them by like 6 damage or whatever.
definitely unassuming card like on the surface, but
Mhm.
very very strong. I assume it was also in some good standard deck.
Yeah, there was also the standard version of this deck, which contained most of these cards. It
Yeah.
contained Goose, Cauldron Familiar, Trail, Mayhem Devil, Witch's Oven.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah,
So
and
Devil is gone.
you know what I find the most impressive about all this? Salvatto's double queuing. He's only behind by a minute. A minute.
Yeah, he's a beast. It's not his first rodeo.
No, it's not.
So one Firebird, after clearing up the board, returns to the field, and he's
Mhm.
on the lookout for more.
And Luis knew how important that Gilded Goose was to Sam's game plan because if you let that thing stick, they'll just get a
No
bunch of
doubt.
resources off of it.
So I wonder what he got from exile, put in exile. Because I think the pieces went to hand.
Mhm.
Exile could just be a land.
I think it's just a tap plan. There's so many tap plans in the deck because
Yeah,
every Spire Bluff Canal is tapped. Hall of the Storm Giants is tapped. You know.
I was about to say could have been a pathway, and he's waiting to see which color he won out of it.
Well, also Luis is helping his opponents or his teammates matches as well. So it's really the full
Yeah,
wow,
he's
Salvatto's very good at multitasking and still
no,
playing his
no
match.
no doubt, no doubt. The power of combining brain power. I think that's a very underrated aspect of the game.
Someone in chat says Salvatto's also eating dinner, and my question is, how do you know that? Like, how do you know he's eating dinner?
I think it's just how can you be even more like ambidextrous at the same time? Just
Yeah.
so here we see a most likely super mediocre fatal push.
Yeah, I mean, Fatal Push literally has no targets except Arclight Phoenix in game one,
Yeah.
so it's not like, I mean, it's not
Was
like
the
you're really
Phoenix
getting
tapped?
anywhere.
Was the Phoenix tapped? Yeah, the Phoenix attacked, right?
Yeah, or no, it was untapped actually.
Oh, okay. So then it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
was about to say if it was tapped, then you could
Mhm.
wait.
So
I
Salvato's
guess
trying
you
to
couldn't.
see. Salvato's trying to see how close he is to dead. Like, how much time is he allowed
Yeah,
to journal still? Because
yeah,
honestly, he's going to have to find a bunch of phoenixes to win. I think.
I agree.
Okay, so he is just cashing in time stretch.
So next, exactly, time stretch. Is that like the 10 mana one that takes 2 turns?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so 2 turns in the bank here, and he needs something great
Ooh,
now, I feel like.
that's pretty good. Pieces is so likely to see another phoenix, given how many cards he's seen, and
Yeah,
he also still has 2 charter courses behind. So it's just
yeah.
like kind of, it's probably going to work out. Did he find a second? No, he iterationed his pieces, which makes a lot of sense.
I think
Because
that's
that
cool
looks,
because he's just on Phoenix
yeah,
Hunt, right?
yeah. He still has one more turn, saved up after this.
Most
Oh,
likely,
look
yeah.
at that! Sweltering Suns might be able to clean up the board, even if he doesn't. But he did find 2 phoenixes. So
He sure
wait,
did. Can he cruise? So he needs to. He can't cruise. He would have needed to. Ooh, he's a beast. Okay, he goes for
I
that one.
mean, I think Salvata knows it's lethal because there's still a time
Oh, he
walk
still
on the
has another
stack.
time. Oh, he
Yeah,
still has another time walk. I totally forgot about that one. Yeah, so he did the math, and 9 + 9 sure is 18. He's a master. That deck is just beautiful, right? It looks just so
It,
unassuming. He has 4 freaking Firebirds and, I mean, some creature lands to win with, and he just makes it look so easy.
yeah, when I played against that deck, Hall of the Storm Giants was surprisingly annoying, and it hits so hard. Like,
Yeah.
it, it's kind of crazy.
But I think it loses some value when you don't play Thing in the Ice. I think with Thing in the Ice, you can do
Mhm.
some nasty things where you bounce all blockers, and then all of a sudden you the 7/7, well, both 7 power creatures just get
Mhm.
in so easily. So I actually think in Salvatto's list, it's pretty easy for the opposition to have like a bad creature available to block with. But I guess then the
Yeah,
time walks kick in, and then
right.
it creates a good
So
scenario for him.
So from this side, we have to decide how many more removal spells we want versus Sam. Because you could certainly just shove in all of the removal spells, but the question is, do you run like what are you taking out after the Stern Dismissal? You have to remove like engine cards or another sweeper. So I'm not sure how much of that stuff you can actually sneak into your deck.
I think that's a good call. I would say the Abrade is given to come in, and probably even the Anger as well. Um, I would just assume those 2 cards make the cut.
Yeah, and
Here
from
it's tough to say because when you play a Karn
yeah,
sideboard, you don't have that much stuff to do. Sideboard wise, I don't even know if Thoughtseize is the game you want to play against like um
a
pieces and Treasure Cruise deck.
I was just say a turbo cantrip deck, just thought seizing one of their random cards is not that appealing. I kind of think you want the Corvold in your deck, and you want to try to remove some number of fatal pushes, I feel like.
Yeah, that card is just prevent 3 damage at some point, which is kind of pointless because the Phoenix deck is so consistent in doing its thing once you get going,
Mhm.
that 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 Phoenix is not going to be in the yard for long. A card I really
Right.
like to play on these Treasure Cruise strategy is the Go Blank. Is that the name of the
Yep,
card? That
it
card
is
is
Go
just
Blank.
so annoying to play against.
I actually think Go Blank is one of the better cards that John Sack could have versus Phoenix.
I agree, and there's even also the Ascendancy deck out there, and that combined with Phoenix is just such a large chunk. It looked like Sam is down to play the Thoughtseize game. Thoughtseizing a Phoenix deck turn 1 is just not very exciting in my book.
Yep.
The Hall of the Storm Giants that enters untapped turn 1
If
and
you,
2, and then it's over,
yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah. Unless if you don't have lands for some reason, which then
Got it.
that's fine.
It's just
Uh
a
huh.
tad worse. The
Hmm.
drawback on the card is a tad worse than the like fast lands.
Yeah.
So Thoughtseize comes in turn 2 alongside a Gilded Goose. So triple 1-drop opening here from the food deck. And then that sketchy Fatal Push in hand. I hate those cards that
Well, so I think the problem is from Sam's side, he doesn't actually have enough cards he can side in to make
that's
sure he
actually
doesn't have to pushes
that's
in the
actually
deck.
true. Because Assassin's Trophy is just a bad version of that card.
Yeah.
It the goose got the axe.
This is problematic for Sam, and this is one of the things I didn't love about Junsack. I think its mana is not great, and also sometimes when you side it into a configuration that has more reactive cards or like cards
Yeah.
that are not part of your engine, you can end up with hands that look like this, and it's really unpleasant to play these hands out because you're like,
Yeah.
well, I guess I can trade a bunch one for one, but this time he's missing the Trail of Crumbs because I think if he had Trail, he could very easily find the cat,
No, no,
and
no
then
doubt. I feel the same about these decks where the cards are like individually bad, but they're good together. So for the I guess the extreme example of that is like burn deck, right? So you put in some random interaction instead of a burn card, and then all of a sudden your plan A might not be as good. So I'm
Mhm.
definitely scared of that as well.
I I think if those thought seizes were go blanks, I would probably not have an issue with it because that always trades up on
Yeah,
cards.
yeah, that's a good one, right? But Fatal Push isn't is yeah,
Yeah.
especially Fatal Push. I think Thoughtseize is serviceable. It's just not super
Hmm.
exciting. But Fatal Push I really don't like. But I guess his sideboard didn't present him with more options.
Yeah, there were a lot of random artifacts that you don't really want to put in your deck. I think leaving the Tormod script in the sideboard, I think, is actually correct
Yeah,
because
me
you have
too.
more access to it that way than if you
Then you
put
have
it
like
into your
4
deck.
mana wipe your yard, 4
Yeah.
copies of that instead of 1
Mhm.
0. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that second Phoenix was quite
Mhm.
insane. And here comes the lackluster fatal push.
Oh, so the Tormod script. So I think once you see that, you can deduce that probably Karn exited the deck as well.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that could be. That could very well be. There's no way for Sam to kill this Phoenix. Oh yeah, the yard just got wiped right away because of delve spells.
Yep. So we're watching Javier's match on the other side, but it's hard to tell what's going on,
Yeah,
obviously.
that's the that's why this is a teams tournament, right?
Yep.
So Anurag has talked about maybe getting access to the team's voice comms in future iterations, which would be
Mm-hmm.
just another cool layer of this setup. I myself am very passionate about like team projects, so
Mm-hmm.
whatever we can do to evolve that concept, we will definitely look into. Also, of course, take whatever feedback there might be. Um, I think there's a lot of room to grow for sure.
Yeah. So Sam's really just hoping to draw an engine card. Like, I
He's
guess it would
all dressed up with
count.
nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He. Oh, that can make 2/1/1s, but they don't have flying. The spirits do not have flying.
they don't have flying, but they can, I don't know, kind of stabilize while that Phoenix does its job.
Yep. I wonder if we'll actually see Salvatto even activate it. Because like there's a lot of merit to just having the seventh land so you can activate Hall of the Storm Giants instead.
Okay, I like that. Um, so now we get into, speaking of the match from earlier, we get into the Abyss territory.
Yep. Oh, we went for it. They
I think.
gain haste until end of turn, so you get to like dome your opponent for 4, essentially.
Oh yeah, you can do it at instant speed.
Hmm.
Oh, they're hasty. Okay, cool.
Yeah. That I mean, so you could do it at instant speed, but it was correct to just go through speed it because you just wanted to attack anyways.
If you want it, like, yeah, for a defensive measure that would make sense, but now he's the guy in charge.
The second oven is not what you want.
Uh, Redundant oven here.
No.
Yeah, so
So
I guess
you
the anvil makes it a bit better.
so someone did point out that you can loop the foods and the anvil back and forth because it gets you a little bit of life, but it kind of also is not very fast, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I feel like there's so many grindy elements to that deck. Also, he hasn't seen a I was about to call it Mystical Dispute. That's definitely not the name of that card. Deadly Dispute. This match. That card also makes things a bit easier. Salvatto still on the aggro plan with the evasive threat. And then it would be kind of funny. Can he clear the board end of turn?
I mean,
If he
he
clears the board
could.
end of turn, he can get in with everything. Is that
Yeah.
enough, or is there some life gain over there?
Oh, that makes
Discard.
it a lot harder to clear the board, though.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. So that guy comes back when you sack a food, is that right?
Yep. And also, any chip damage for Sam now is very valuable because of how
Yep.
much that damage. It really it stacks up quite quickly. It's kind of terrifying.
Yep. Definitely. That's the part I don't like about this deck when I'm playing against it, at least. It's when they put together these standalone embarrassing cards and they just do great stuff together. Hatch. Annoying card. Recursive.
You put the cat in the oven, and then something comes out, and somehow the cat comes out of the food. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
It really doesn't. I don't want to think about that flavor-wise. Please, let's not go further with that.
Oh, but it's so hard to catch that cauldron familiar with Hanger of the Gods.
Yeah, I've also been in this situation before where I'm like, okay, this is like a deck that wants to recur stuff, so anger must be good against it, but it's just super situational, really.
It's
I guess it
just too
relies.
hard. Yeah, it's too hard to get it.
This is actually a case where the Phoenix deck kind of stalled out with nothing like payoff to do.
Right.
Much, and that Torment script didn't even like do it. It's just by the nature of drawing these lots of removal spells. You need like the engine with the cantrips and the blue card advantage cards too. And we have plenty of those, so but he doesn't have that much time, right? Because this drains for one, even bolsters Sam's life total in the process.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen is we need to draw pieces of the puzzle pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Oh, wait, no, this is only a temporary answer because you can just sack a different artifact to get a food back. Oh, no, he's going to clear the entire board while all the ovens are tapped.
Yeah, both ovens are tapped, so
Okay,
no
this
nasty
is,
responses here.
yeah, this is smart.
Kill all three things.
Yeah, now Luis has plenty of time. Well, maybe not plenty of time, but he has
Yeah.
time.
Okay. So now he set himself up to.
No, it's back. The cat's back. You know, they say cats have 9 lives.
Oh yeah, and yeah, Luis is terrified just to see the second life. I guess third, maybe the first one went in and out a couple of times. Yeah, so Luis set it up a situation where he forced Sam to draw something, and
Mhm,
I think Luis is generally he likes that situation because of the nature of the multiple cantrip deck.
mhm.
Um, yeah, so getting in with the 7/7 is not super exciting now.
Yeah, I mean, if you attack, they just block with the cat and throw in the oven.
Exactly. It's definitely not where you want to be. So how conservative are you playing this from Sam's side? Seeing he has 2 ovens and he doesn't want to get like bottlenecked.
So what you can do is, yeah, you just sack the cat, but you don't bring it back. Is something you could do if you wanted to play around iteration plus removal spell, because that leaves a food in play.
Okay.
But he chose not to go for that because I guess the feeling is that, oh shit, Trail of Crumbs
Oh,
is going to end the game real fast.
now it becomes nasty, right? But now it's even an engine that
Yeah,
nets cards.
yeah, it's close to over now, I think.
Yeah, I think Salvatto would need some crazy chaining of spells,
Yep.
chaining time walks even.
Basically, so Salvatto needs to draw pieces of the puzzle and chain into a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah.
But I think without that, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Both decks were sitting around, not really playing their like plan A for a long time, and then
Well, now,
Sam just broke it open.
yeah, Sam has everything he wants, I think,
Yep.
or almost everything he wants. Oh, like a second show of crumbs is, hmm. I mean, I guess he'll take it, but it's probably not the best
Yeah.
card you could have.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even know what that would be. Would that be like the devil or something to finish it off faster?
Well, it just gets you more cards. Well, yeah, I mean, it gets you more looks at another devil, so it's
Yeah,
sort of
but that's
reasonable.
like the end game.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
maybe we're already at the end game, more or
think
less.
we're okay. Okay, what can we do with this?
He's gonna give it a shot for sure. Do you think he's gonna double up? That makes no sense, right? 1, 2, 3, 1,
No,
2, 3.
I think basically you have to save that for temporal trespass if you find it.
Yeah.
But you might also you're very close to dead actually.
If he had
So
one more mana, I feel like he would have
okay.
copied it. Yeah. So was that the match, or wasn't that just game 2?
Yeah, well,
That was game 2. So even the Jund deck evens the score here, and we're up for game 3. I'm pretty excited. You said you thought Karn entered his sideboard
yeah.
because of the cards you saw, because he drew the crypt,
Yep.
and yeah, I guess that's the indicator for you, right?
I think so. And also you sell a bunch of thought seizes in, so you have to kind of ask what can you cut from the deck for the thought seizes, for Tormod's script, for some other cards.
Yeah. It yeah, and we even saw Fatal Push. So
Mhm.
I mean, it could be a combination of these, but generally, either you have all the cards or you don't have any. I would guess. Yeah, it's super exciting to see whether Luis can come out swinging here, or I mean, what do you think happens if both decks like hit their game plan? Um, then who's going to
Hmm.
take it down in a race where Luis is on the play?
I think Actually, that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure if both of them have their best draw. I think it's close, and then it'll
Yeah,
just come down to like a turn 5 or 6, like turning point for one of the decks.
yeah,
If Salvatto gets like the time stretch off, I don't think there's really coming back from that. But if Sam has like a little bit of disruption, plus Trail of Crumbs, plus the Cat Oven, finding like a Mayhem Devil, things get out of hand very quickly.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so here's the 75 from Sam again, and I definitely, yeah, I think you're right. I think the thought seizes went in, and the crypt we saw. Do you bring in the damping sphere in this matchup? I wouldn't mind it if you're I mean cutting the cards and have to fill out the deck.
I'm not sure about that. It's definitely close. I think I would definitely have if I'm cutting Karn, I'm putting an oven into my main deck. I'm
Oh,
putting
for sure.
Crypt in. I'm
Yep.
putting Anvil in. And then from there, I'm not sure if I actually want the damping sphere or not.
I mean, yeah, it could be a matter of just finding the room. I just think in general, when the Phoenix deck is so focused on bringing back Phoenix, I think a card like that can be like helpful,
Sure.
but definitely not without its flaws. If the game goes long enough. Another look at Salvatto's deck. We predicted him to at least take in the Abrade, bring in the Abrade, right? For the Stern Dismissal, that was like the no-brainer swap.
Yeah, I also think you want Aether Gust, probably, but it's kind of close.
Aether Gust kind of buys a turn against the green enchantment, the trail. It's
Yeah.
fine against the devil. It's
It's
definitely serviceable.
yeah, it's also good versus Corvold if it enters play, because otherwise it can be difficult to get around that card.
Yeah. So maybe, do you think he would cut a Sweltering Suns for that card?
I don't think so. Sweltering Suns is the right kind of like
Yeah.
if you Sweltering Suns the way your Phoenixes, it doesn't really matter because they all come back. Whereas if you Anger of the Gods your Phoenixes, it doesn't work
Yeah.
quite
So
right.
if you think it's a superior card to Anger of the Gods, and we saw Anger the previous game,
Yeah.
then maybe that card is in. So Luis with a hand. When I open a hand like that with Phoenix, I'm always terrified of like flooding out.
Mm,
Um,
I think you just keep it. It's fine.
of course, I keep it. That's just my concern about keeping it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't mulligan like functional hands. Usually
Hmm.
that's not my style.
Right.
So fifth land is drawn. You could say it's better to draw the utility land than draw another land, and who knows, maybe in 4 turns he drew 4 spells and he likes all the lands. It depends on how long the game goes. Sneaky Tormod script there on Sam's side.
Yeah. So Sam basically has everything he wants except for a cat oven, but the trio will dig through to that. And also, Gilded Goose lets you convert the food to trail activations a lot more efficiently than having to sack the foods.
Definitely some engine being established on the Jun side of the table.
Yep.
And this is like the breathing room I was talking about earlier with Phoenix.
Mhm.
If you get to have a turn like this and not get punished instantly, you're usually in a good spot.
Oh, 2 iterations were found off of the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, that's
What I
actually one would be plenty, right?
yeah. An Ironcrad Phoenix was, or an Ironcrown Pyromancer was
Yeah,
revealed. So indicating that he respects Graveyard Hate a little bit, decided in sort of a
yeah,
backup win
right.
condition slash, a way to control your
Definitely,
opponent's board.
definitely having some kind of plan B, a roll that the thing in the ice or sideboarded Jace also sometimes has that, like you make sure you can kind of win without access to your graveyard or without the access to like chain a bunch of spells. Um,
Hmm.
but I'm curious what his cuts were. Maybe he
Yeah,
decided the spot removal wasn't that exciting.
uh, a small amount of spot removal can weave, but I think you have to keep enough of it so you don't get
Yeah,
punked by Mayhem Devil. That's like a huge problem.
I like the lighting axes. They just serve like double duty with cheating Phoenix into play.
Yep.
So Sam considering here to slow roll the Tormod script, I would guess. Would he feel bad about playing the Tormod script, passing the turn, and then get like treasure cruised?
Yeah.
Would he feel bad
That
about that, or would he feel about worse about clearing the yard now and then just seeing Salvatto rebuild it? It's actually
yeah.
not an easy call. I would actually lean to this that he's going for. I don't think 3-mana treasure cruise is devastating at this point of the game.
Well, also, if Luis just casts Treasure Cruise, he'll just discard a bunch of cards, right? Like, so it's not even a big
Exactly.
deal.
Exactly. So the card advantage is kind of out the window. I would say if it's like ideas unbound, then if he has to go to cleanup.
Right.
So at this point, Luis has to like bait out that crypt. So getting to cleanup and discarding one Phoenix could be one way to do it, but I hate that situation because he's
Some
also somewhat in a
yeah.
hurry.
So sometimes this is the issue with Phoenix. If like these cheap permanents can come down where you can't really interact with them with like a red spell, like
Yep,
12 Chromes and the Anvil are kind of immune to whatever Luis can draw. They just
exactly.
sit there being annoying,
Yep.
essentially.
Yeah, that's also my that's basically my take of that deck. I think it's super powerful because it's, it's just so annoying. The pieces are so resilient, I guess I would say.
Yep. Look at this. Salvatto is really giving fair consideration to Gilded Goose here, is how I
Oh
would
yeah.
put it.
So is this baiting out? He actually does an insane job here, baiting out the crypt activation because he needs to do that in order to like progress this game. I think.
Yeah, and it didn't happen, so he's just going to draw 3 cards, and he'll have 8 cards in hand, just
Yeah.
discard one.
Just discard one. Do you think he'll let go of Phoenix or a spare land?
Well, hmm. I was about to say land, but
Yeah, me too.
I guess his logic is he just wants to get the crypt off the board.
Yep. Yep. It's actually it's just Magic at such a high level, right? Because
Mhm.
both players are aware that this Tormod script could have negated an Ancestral Recall, but he knows I'm not losing to the Ancestral Recall, I'm losing to the Firebirds. So he's just gonna let it stick around while he does some nasty things with his engine deck.
Right.
And Luis knows that as well, so he first like made a pretty like an invitation for Sam to sack it by dumping the Phoenix. So Luis is back at it next turn with casting some spells, and then I don't maybe I don't know if he's hoping that Sam will crack it. I guess he is, and then he has to go from there with an empty art. So very complicated game for both both players, and Torment Script really coming in clutch here.
Yeah, I think the minute Sam finds Cauldron Familiar, it's going to get really out of hand. In fact, I think Salvatto will be dead within a turn cycle or two if
No
Cauldron
doubt.
Familiar is found.
Salvatto knows he's battling the clock, both like mediocre beatdown and value. By the way, there's a Assassin's Trophy, which is basically, isn't it just like a bad Phoenix removal?
I guess it can kill Hall of the Storm Giants.
It can in a super late game scenario, of course. Also, fun fact, I think Salvatto's only running one basic.
Oh, really? So
I think it's just one island.
if that's the case, maybe the plan is to just like kind of punk Salvatto at some point, especially if the island gets milled off of pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
Yeah.
I think just the open decklist once again is a powerful tool where you can play off of that information. It's another skill set, right? It just adds a different type of skill set rather than the guessing game. I guess it's still a guessing game actually, but you actually have some. It's pretty nice to know that the Magus of the Moon is there, even though you can't do anything about it.
Right.
So maybe that's a bad example, but Blood Moon at least. You never know if Delver is
Sure.
packing Blood Moon, for instance.
Right. Salvatto has slowed down his pace of play a lot because I think this game has gotten really, really hard for him instead.
Yep.
Like in the first game you saw, he was actually double queuing and speeding through all of the turns because it's like pretty straightforward what's supposed to happen.
Yep. I agree. And this is crunch time, right?
Yeah. Do we have any results from the other tables?
That's a good question as well. Some context because it's to be determined.
To be determined, yeah.
So let's just say one of these guys just randomly concedes the game. Then we know what's going on, right? That means the other two are concluded, but for now we don't know.
Yeah. Correct. Ooh, a
There's the
braid.
upgrade. That's like a removal upgrade. So now Crypt is taking care of that lone Phoenix. And then Salvatto has to rebuild from here. This is what he played towards. Very excited to see if he can rebuild after having his yard and 25% of his birdies exiled. I'm just told that Sunny Days are up 1-0 in Modern. So they're doing their job to force the second match of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, so keep in mind, y'all, even if Sunny Days wins this first match, since the other team has won 2 matches already, Sunny Days has to win 2 matches in a row.
They have to win one more go at it. That's the downside of coming from the lower bracket and the upside of sitting pretty undefeated going out of the upper bracket. So
Yeah.
at this point, the Jund food deck is just doing its thing, trying to close the window, and Salvatto will have one more bullet in the chamber, I feel like, if he can do some insane things next turn. Maybe he has 2 turns.
It's hard to tell. Let's see. It's actually hard to compute how many turns he actually has, because you also might find a Cauldron Familiar next turn.
That card changes things just both sides with the life gain, the draining.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Gilded Goose was one of the 2 cards. There's a Cauldron Familiar, so now Salvatto knows this is not a very good situation for him. And he's also limited to 6 mana on this up. And he drew the island! Oh god.
So we all know that he's out of basics now. Well, if that card hits the battlefield. Can that Abrade on the oven do any meaningful things here to prolong the game?
Yeah, I think so because it's a lot harder to sacrifice Cauldron Familiar and do the like put it into different zones actions
What
that
happened to that deadly dispute, by the way? Did I misread it off the deck list?
um I don't think so. I think it makes sense to play. We haven't seen one, but you can't find them off Trail of Crumbs, so that's probably why.
Yeah, so draw step or starting hand will have to do. Salvatto is trying to figure out if is this turn or next turn he's going for it. I feel like he's gonna. Maybe he even has to hold that opt, which is kind of terrible. But maybe he has to do it to just make sure he can cast enough spells next turn. Or is that maybe that's just too conservative because pieces of the puzzle will find more spells.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't played enough with this deck to know.
I think
It's
you would
definitely
rely
yeah.
on your
Yeah.
pieces to find more gas.
Hmm.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Does it make sense to deploy the O4 now? Since he played an
Um,
untapped source. Okay, so he's keeping up.
no, I think he's just killing the oven. And you saw Sam excitedly hover over the trophy because he knows that this is just
He
sinkhole.
did his homework like me. I scoured the deck lists all
Yeah,
afternoon. So why did Salvatto? Why
main
is he
phase.
keeping up red over developing a new tab land?
To fire impulse the mayhem devil.
To kill the if the devil lands? Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he's gonna spend his mana better that way because he has an untapped land for next turn
Mhm.
anyway. And then he can hopefully go ham with the
Yeah,
pieces of the puzzle.
the the unfortunate part of this for Salvato is I think a very likely line of play from Sam's side is to just lead with Thoughtseize. And there's only one real card in Salvato's hand, in my opinion, which is pieces of the puzzle.
Totally agree. At this point, he's just hoping that he gets to untap with that pieces of the puzzle in hand and
Hmm.
go from there. But yeah, Thoughtseize really coming in clutch here. So just the fact that Sam didn't have better alternatives. Of course, yeah, we just briefly talked about why you can't rely on Thoughtseize. It's obviously still a perfectly reasonable card.
Right.
Yeah, the chip damage continues.
It's a ton of damage. This is what happens when you play against Jund Food and you don't kill them. They
Yeah,
just nickel and dime you, like
yeah,
one here, one there, and you only
agree.
need 21 damage increments until you're dead.
Yeah, it's uh, it's definitely nasty. So Salvatto most likely needs an action spell like Treasure Cruise or pieces of the puzzle off the top of the deck.
Yeah, I'm not even sure a top deck pieces is enough now I think about it because of the Witch Oven Mayhem Devil stuff, and also the trophy will take away a land. All of that stuff is fairly clunky to do, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Taking a good long think on this Thoughtseize, though.
I think, yeah, probably not. Maybe something else was going on. I think that choice was fairly obvious. He could be
Yeah,
looking into the other match.
yeah. No harm in thinking it all the way through. Um, I think this is very close to just outright lethal, though.
Yeah, so let's see. The innkeeper makes a treasure.
Of
Shard, of
course.
course, can be the start of something special. Oh, okay,
So
you're right.
That allows you to turn your charter course into a lightning bolt, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Galvanic Iteration. If you find the card you need, maybe it can work out, but it's still going to be really hard because you're still taking 4 damage from attacks.
Yeah.
Devil Treasure Sack is +1 damage, +1 from the familiar,
Is it
+2 from
over?
the anvil. Yeah, I think it's lethal.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. What a beautiful deck. I'll have to look into that one. It's just so annoying to play against, so I should just play it myself, right? I can't be the
It's a
only one who
good
thinks it's
way.
annoying to
Yeah,
play against.
that's a good way to pick decks if you're not sure what deck to pick.
For sure.
Mayhem Devil.
The
Sack Treasure
treasure
for black.
is kind of a cheat card here.
Oh wait, this might be better actually. Let's see.
Doesn't he open the door now? Oh, okay, he didn't. I think that's enough.
Yeah, if you play the double,
yeah, he can just
yeah.
sack, get some more triggers before. All right, so that's a match win for.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna call it the Bills of Gang. I hope nobody minds. And then it's down to one last best of 3 for all the marbles.
Wait, the legacy match conclude?
I'm pretty sure the guys won their modern match.
Oh yeah, never mind. You're right. Then it's 2-0 for the.
That is at least 2-0. We don't know
Yeah.
about the legacy match, but 2
Sure.
wins is all that counts. So that sets the table for all or nothing grand finals between 2 great teams who battle it out all.
Mhm.
For me, it's been all night. For some guys, it's been all afternoon. What's your time, Jarvis?
All right, let's It's 5:51, so it will go right up until dinner time. Then I'll go eat.
Couldn't really be better, right? Just
Yeah.
perfect afternoon, good company, great magic. You ready for one
exactly.
last hurrah after a quick break?
Yeah, that
That
sounds
sounds
great.
perfect. See you guys in a bit.
Yep. See you in a sec.
All right, boys and girls, we're back, and it's grand finals time. So, quick recap here. We have the Bills of Gang coming from the lower bracket, meaning they would have to win consecutive best of threes against Javier Dominguez, against Luis Salvatto, and Sam Rolph, which is definitely no small order. Jarvis, who's your favorite going into this? I mean, David versus Goliath match, really.
Well, personally, I usually pick Goliath from a likelihood standpoint. And also, I played a fair amount of Magic with Javier. He's an excellent player. One of has a legacy Grand Prix win actually, and honestly, he's done everything, almost everything there is to do in Magic. But he still hungers for wins, as you can tell.
Oh, for sure. I even see him every weekend playing the challenges. I see him
Yep.
there, even vintage Pauper. He's
hmm
just he's a warrior at this point. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm definitely favoring experience here, but the cocky guys from the Bilsiv gang, I saw them tweet out that this was a free stimmy to play this tournament, and just might as well come to fruition here. I'm super excited to see that like a Cinderella story unfold.
Yeah. So
For our
we
featured
have
match here, Jarvis, what are we
yeah,
looking at?
we have a pretty stock blue red Delver in the hands of Javier Dominguez, and I would say this is, I think, one of the decks that is a natural foil to the Jeskai Hull Breacher deck. Low mana curve, Daze is incredible, Spell Pierce decent, and just you basically have everything you want in the matchup, and the Pyroblast coming in to punch all the 3 drops is kind of just a nightmare.
Okay. I mean, in my opinion, it's more close because playing off of the cheap spot removal, the pretty resilient mana base to hopefully dodge Wasteland and
Mm,
stuff like that. But I definitely agree with that the 3 drops can be caught by way less expensive answer cards, and that can be problematic just trading down on mana while maybe getting beat down by temple creatures for sure. So yeah, as we alluded to, the opponent for this Delver deck is the Jeskai deck that we saw in action against Green White Depths earlier, where he was, I guess, a combination of firing on all cylinders and showing the flaws of the deck. I guess I think we got a pretty well-rounded look at how that deck can play out.
yeah, the good thing for Killer CV is he has access to a lot more cheap removal post board. I think that's kind of critical. I'm not. I'm personally not sure how much of the Days Undoing combo gets left in. It's my impression that I'm not sure it's really necessary or what you
Yeah.
want to be doing in the matchup.
Usually how I approach these, I have never played Hull Breacher in Legacy. I've played it in Vintage. It's I board at the draw sevens in matchups where Hull Breachers are good on their own, and I mainly focus the draw seven plane on like
Mhm.
non-blue matchups. So I'm pretty curious to see if he follows like the same pattern.
Yeah.
Looks like we're on the way here with uh, Javier Dominguez on the play with Blue Red Delver. It's a keep. It has a fine mix of land and spells. It has a
hmm
brainstorm. Um, So it's just an average hand, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not inclined to mulligan these hands unless if I know I'm against some really weird deck. But
Yeah. Yeah, generally in like any like attrition-based matchup, that's gonna cost you
mhm.
like percentage points to kind of overthink that. You just have to kind of rely on your draw step. Also note that that plateau in Killer SUV's hand can get complicated later in the face of that wasteland.
Look at that. 3 spells off the brainstorm. If you're a Javier fan, you love to see it.
Yeah, that's how you do it, right? Brain cells were recalled,
Mhm.
baby. Main phase brainstorm to look for mainly 1-drop creature or ponder to like use your mana properly. So here comes the bauble trick where you can kind of optimize your selection.
Well, it doesn't really do anything because you know the top cards.
Oh, you're right. You just saw the top card. Oh, sorry, put 2 back. So not this time.
Yeah,
Without the
so
brainstorm, you can do some good things with it.
you just bobble your opponent because you just want to cycle the card anyways.
You get the free info. They don't have any fetch land up, so you actually
Yep.
got to know. Well, yeah, it was an additional scalding turn.
Yeah. So this
It's iteration time, right?
I think that is exactly what Javier is thinking about. The issue is if you don't find a one-drop spell off of your iteration, it'll end poorly, but that's so unlikely. Like, you'll either find land or drop spell off of your thing.
Yeah.
I think he found a creature off of the exile, probably, if he put Brainstorm into his hand. Yeah.
Delver enters the battlefield. It's just you got
It's
to you
big.
got your card advantage.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it can kind of be a magnet for spot removal, so the Murktide is more likely to get there.
Mhm.
This
No,
just proves like the staying power of this Delver deck, right?
right.
Let's go back like 5 years, and this would be
I
such a favorable situation for the control deck.
Yeah, it looks like the Jeskai hand got stuck again because Plateau's in play and the hand shows Plateau, and I'm pretty sure there's only one.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right on that one. So maybe the second Scalding Tarn is even. Oh, maybe that's actually there.
All right.
Brainstorm into 3 more spells. This time, not ideal, but Javier's sad that he let go of that wasteland earlier, but I definitely agree with his assessment that
Mhm.
it looked like Kilishev could stay on basics with the way he played.
Right.
So I don't like fault him for it. It's just unfortunate for him now. Yeah, let's see if we can get an update on the Jeskai hand. But until now, we know most of it, and some new stuff might have joined the party. Javier shuffled with the Ponder last turn,
Yeah.
cleared two. Was it 2 lightning bolts, or is it just one lightning bolt on another card?
It was, well, Ponder was cast last turn, so it only really shuffled away one lightning bolt, I think.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
So he didn't shuffle on it? He put
No,
2
he
cards back
shuffled
with the
on
brain.
the yeah, he shuffled on Ponder, but he kept one bolt, so he only ended up shuffling away one bolt because there's one bolt in hand, and one was brainstormed back.
Got it. So he had one draw step before the Ponder.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Javier's plan this game is to just make the biggest Murktide he can and just try to two-shot the opponent with all the
Yeah,
force of wills.
definitely against the deck with 4 plows, 4 Teferis, 4 Force of Will. That can be an issue.
Yep.
Great.
All right,
Okay.
there's hand. Oh, that hand is not great.
It sure isn't.
I
I'm surprised he didn't fight over. Do you think his plan is to force through that Typhoon?
You mean hardcast?
Oh yeah,
That is ill-advised versus a deck that has a bunch of dazes, in my opinion.
I agree. But the way he didn't fight over his Teferi just leads me to believe he has something spicy up his sleeve here.
Yeah, this is not the matchup where you hardcast shark. I think the matchups where you hardcast shark are like decks that have Field of the Dead and like Death and Taxes, if you can wait for
Yeah,
that point.
for sure. I'm just trying to rationalize why he didn't fight over the Teferi.
I don't know. I mean, like, there's probably a reason. It's hard to figure out what that reason was because I didn't get to see all of the other cards in hand from that point to this point.
I'm guessing it's. So his Force of Will is also a permanent answer to opposing Murktide, where
Right.
Teferi can come up short. Huh.
Oh, look at this. Uh, Javier didn't even want to commit to the biggest thing possible. He wanted
Yeah.
to be close to Delirium, and he also expected this to be killed, I think.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't expect his like Force of Will to be everything he needs here.
Yeah, because
Maybe.
he
Huh.
well, he had to force the Teferi, so now he doesn't want to be put in a position where if he forces the plow, then is left naked, then something else disastrous goes to happen to him, essentially.
So we're not gonna see my predicted play.
It was such low odds that one after. Ooh, Brazen Bar is an excellent answer to the
Yeah,
charcoal
that's a
type. Yeah.
brutal draw here because Killer SUV is over there sitting, feeling. I mean, he's feeling decent about. So I'm creating a 4/4. I'm making a great trade versus Delver plus Lightning Bolt, even with the cycle, but not today. And he's even gonna get dazed here. I feel like because he kind of has to. He didn't force. So is that just because he's so terrified of getting dazed?
I guess so. Like you didn't really present any good days times, so
Yeah.
like days is clearly on the mind here.
Actually, also, I feel like with Days Undoing in hand and the 7th mana source,
Hmm.
ooh. So now he has to pitch because he didn't play a land.
Yep.
Okay. The Hardcast Force there would have been awesome. So you had both like blue cards left.
I think he was hoping to brainstorm that land away.
I see that for sure.
Bolt to the dome in response. Let's
Yeah,
see it.
I like it a lot.
Looks like the hand got stuck again.
It did because that Force of Will is definitely not in there. Maybe the Volcanic even got played out as well. Yeah.
Also, there's 7 fresh cards for Javier. Javier, I like this a lot. You already have so many cards. Why even worry about it? Oh, and there it goes. The hand's back. We get to daze a Hole Breacher on turn 8.
Oh yeah, this is whew, this is super brutal.
Yeah,
And look
and
at the
yeah.
extremely poor hand that Sam drew into. So the game is over in multiple ways here.
Well, we have protected Lightning Bolt, right?
We sure have.
Yeah.
Delver takes
Well,
game one.
it's not actually Sam. I believe it's Killer SCV. The names are technically incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll refer to him as the killer from this point on.
The killer. All right, so I
Y-
expect the Supreme Verdicts, maybe the Fry and the 3 Blasts to come in.
Yeah, I like those cards as well. How do you feel about? I guess what I wondered when I saw this list is the split between Prismatic Ending and Path to Exile. Is that just a Murktide concession?
Probably, yeah.
Murktide and Merit Lage, I guess, partly.
Yeah, also the fact that it's instant speed can like break up a lot of things that normally you
Yeah.
can't break up.
It's pretty. Yeah, I always give it an extra look when I see Path to Exile and Blood Moon in the same deck.
Mhm. Well, there's only one basic in Javier's deck,
Yeah, for
so
sure. The
maybe
drawback is not that huge.
yeah. So maybe if we could take a look at it and see. One thing that's really good about Javier's deck is he has 2 Court of Cunning, and that's actually really, really, really good in this matchup.
Yeah, 5 fleshy creatures to worry about, but
But they all
not.
get
It's
answered by
not
Pyroblast.
exactly. They get hit by
Yeah.
Pyroblast, and they don't have like 4 toughness, so they die to many more creatures in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Court of Cunnings and Pyroblast definitely coming in. How many cards? That's 6 cards. Do you just cut your bolts, chain lightning, and maybe 1 wasteland and go to town?
Interesting question. I think specifically if the deck lists are completely open, I would cut all my wastelands,
Okay.
which we can clear very clear that Javier does not agree with me, which is fine.
Yeah.
I'll defer to him. He probably has a different plan in mind.
Yeah, for sure. I've tried that before. I didn't cut all of them, but I trimmed them, especially because I brought in like some 3 drops in a situation like this. So it's actually not a useless colorless mana. I think I also
Yeah,
played
that's fair.
Young Pyromancer in that list, so it had a bit more utility.
So I believe Killer SUV mulliganed. That's what it looks like to me.
Yes, let me see here. He did?
Yeah. If you just count the cards, it looks like he's down one.
Got it. So fetching up a plains. How do you feel about fetching with Vista there over Flooded Strand. I thought that Vista was supposed to get Mountain, and he could kind of play on perfect mana.
Yeah, interesting question. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a reason for it. I would have to think about it. Ooh,
Yeah,
Mishra's Ball was a really good draw here because we're just looking for a third land to slam this and try to close the game out.
definitely some selection building towards Delirium. Even got there. Has to
Yeah,
play out the Wasteland.
yeah. So this is why Mishra's Bauble is actually really good in these decks. It just is a cheap way to get Delirium on turn 2. Good for Unholy Heat. Good for DFC attacking on turn 2, obviously.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Even the extra card in the yard for Delve can come up. So this is interesting, right? But I guess the
Yeah.
Force Will makes it so that you go for it every time.
Well, he might also just pass. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. You want to because you expect your opponent to play like Hull Breacher here, and it ends up with a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense actually to plan for the worst, which is Hull Breacher plus backup. And incidentally, this is super punishing. Even with I'm really sad if SUV's only red mana ends up getting wasted this game. I love this. I love how he just showcased the time twister, I guess you can call it. The actual symmetrical time twister.
Yeah, it's funny. I think, yeah, you should definitely counter it because if they counter back, you don't really care because you'll have first crack with all of the mana.
Yep.
I don't know. It like them casting it tells you a lot of things about their hand. It tells you that they probably don't have an answer to the DRC.
For sure. So are you suggesting we let this resolve?
I'm not sure. I
We
mean,
should we probably know.
yeah.
Okay. That's also interesting. He goes for keeping the court over keeping the Murktide. Which
That's
is
just that's a concession to Supreme Verdict, I think, that
okay.
is known in the deck list.
Yeah, so he's trying to be more like playing on more axes, I guess.
DAZE is
But
the best draw, by the way.
that would be brutal.
Hmm. Lightning Bolt's not that bad actually. Like
It is a
Michael,
turn. No
yeah.
doubt about that. This is actually kind of brutal. Spell Pierce getting.
No, it's fine. You just I mean when you do this, you signed up for this. He knows he'll get it killed by a Pierce, but it's fine.
So I think he has to go for Volcanic Island here, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Which is so now Javier can even negate the double white at some point. So Pierce is gone. We have to keep that in mind. And the Ponder was the draw. Okay. Ponder was the draw.
That must have been a shuffle because there's
Definitely shuffle into drawing a blank.
yeah.
How many upkeep lightning bolts do you usually play with Delver?
Not very many, unless if I know my top card's bad because of brainstorm on the turns I
Okay,
pull the
so what in
card.
this situation, if you like, do you expect to get a better target for it? Do you still like play around Hull Breacher?
Well, no, I just don't want to show them it because if they fetch down to 3, it's so much better.
Okay, so there's that
Yeah.
for sure. So here, the good fortune for Javier was that he drew a good card and didn't have to worry about it. So it looks like Javier is getting the job done here with only one removal spell
Mhm.
in SUV's hand. This Delver flip is actually irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of a one-sided affair, but this is what I alluded to when
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. A
also,
lot of the things came true for sure.
and I also think obviously if you mulligan, it becomes a lot harder to execute all of your game plans around days or whatever.
Yeah, no doubt. You have to like bite some sour apples along the way.
Right.
No doubt about that. So which cards are we playing around here? Both spell pierces are gone. One in the exile, one in the yard.
Yeah,
So
so that's what Javier was checking for.
yeah, for sure. and he takes it down. The former world champion.
So apparently the modern match was won by Murktide versus Amulet. That doesn't surprise me. It's mostly a function of how many Blood Moons are in the deck. And I would be shocked if the blue-red Murktide didn't have a lot of Blood Moons, expecting an Amulet Titan player somewhere.
I'm pretty sure it had 2 or 3 copies in the 75. So does that mean we're all even and we're heading to Pioneer?
It looks like it. It's a rematch of Salvatto versus Sam Bogue.
Let's see what the triple cure plus dinner cooker can do. If he can finish it off in style.
I think he stopped the triple Q slash dinner cooking, and all of his energy is on this one match now.
For sure. So yeah, this is basically what we were hoping for, right? To get the most screen time as possible today, to get down to the absolute last match for all the marbles. And it's going to be determined between Luis Salvatto and is it Phoenix versus the Jund food deck piloted by, help me out here.
Sam Bogue.
It's Sam. Sam is he wants to cook the dinner, right?
Yeah, the cat goes in the oven, comes out, some food comes out, then the cat eats the food and comes back. I don't ask. It's, oh God, what is this board state?
Damping sphere's in there. I'm actually happy to see that. That's like a small win in my book.
It's so. What game is this? And obviously the names.
This is
Okay.
game 1. Karn is in the yard, so
I see.
Karn got that damping sphere at some point, which is just super cool. The utility we talked about earlier with the deck, but this is actually the first time we see it in action. There's even a crypt in the yard, so Karn first got the crypt, and then second up was the damping sphere to disrupt the game plan of the Phoenix deck.
Makes sense. And you can see Salvatto has 24 cards in exile. This game has gone on for a while.
It sure has. Turn 9, he's churned through multiple delve spells, most likely.
Yeah.
And got Tormod's Cryptid, of course. So maybe it's just one. I don't know.
So the thing is, killing all of these phoenixes with the Mayhem Devil triggers doesn't actually accomplish very much because they're all just going to come back next turn. I believe what's going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just to say, let's see how much that Damning Sphere can disrupt that plan.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I believe you can overdelve for Damping Sphere, so that is a helpful thing.
That's true. That's an old vintage trick for sure. Delving through a Trinisphere or Sphere Resistance for reasons I can't explain, but it's definitely a thing.
I leave that to the judges. When the judges tell me I can do something, I'm just like, all right, I believe you. I'm just gonna play my game.
Sure, you got it. There's the island. It's just funny with these open deck lists.
Oh, actually, it's really easy. I mean, the Phoenixes come back, and we have plenty of mana. The Salvatto was already doing the math on the opponent's turn.
Sure.
Like, because look at it, all the lands were tapped so quickly.
So
God.
that's game 1 to the Phoenix deck. This is gonna be great. So I actually feel like this game, both decks were like running on all cylinders.
Yeah, it looked like it. It's just that I think in game 1 that the Karn was good that game. I'm not sure how often it's good.
So I'm wondering the static ability, which Pioneer decks does that disrupt? The new and Soul decks? I would guess it's pretty good against.
I'm not sure it's actually good for some because I think they can just like make a 5/5 by putting it on one of the artifacts you've no right and just hit the Karn. So I'm not sure that's what's going on. I would suspect that if you play Karn in a food mirror, it might actually be really debilitating.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And we have to keep in mind that they cut the Citadel, basically just swapped them, and you still have access to that card thanks to Karn.
Yeah.
So maybe you just have to realize that this is not like modern or legacy or vintage where Karn is like a super insane haymaker. It's just a slight upgrade from the previous setup.
I think there's a reason Karn is restricted in vintage. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, that was not a very good time. Die roll mattered a lot. I can tell you that metagame was somewhat stupid.
All right, so we saw the Pyromancers come in before. I think we'll see them come in again, but I'm
Yeah,
not actually sure how effective they are. It's kind of hard to evaluate.
I think so too. And I think now Salvatto has gathered the information that the Tormod
Yep.
script is going to be a one of in the main deck. It's not going to be like a 4 of Tarn to target.
Well, so you say that, but what if he just changes how he sideboards
I
because this is the second time you're playing?
for sure. I was going to ask you about that. Like, so at which point in time will you like deviate from your sideboard plan depending on what happened in past games? I think there's a layer to that
Yep.
that might come into play. I can't. You're definitely right about that. It's a very good point.
It's hard to evaluate. I kind
Yeah.
of just want him to take out some of our fatal pushes and leave in a small number of cards just to mess with Salvatto.
Yeah, I think Fatal Push looks pretty supper. Um, the
I get
time to it's
well.
actually good. That that means that spent a lot of time in the hand leading up to that point, and I just hate that fact.
So you see the Citadel in the main deck, so you can figure out a lot of things that are going on. Like that.
Sure.
That tells you everything you need to know, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that card would make if you even had two cards in the deck, I would leave it in the sideboard.
Yep.
Um,
Because I
so I
just
think
don't
they're
want to
all out.
draw. I don't want to draw a 6-drop in most games, like generally speaking.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue. It's gonna act. It's like the Fatal Push thing. It's gonna act like a mulligan so far into the game. Uh,
But this game we might see just a quick Citadel actually. 1, 2, 3, 4 from land,
yeah.
5 from Innkeeper. So
Oh,
like
Salvato is kind of desperate here, right? He really wants to find the
oh
land. He
yeah,
does,
there's the
but
land.
yeah, you're right. The Gilded Goose makes a food and is a mana creature. The Innkeeper makes
Tre- a
the
treasure.
treasure. Yeah. So with another land,
Yeah, he's playing for this,
Luis
obviously.
Luis is will be staring down Citadel
Okay.
next turn after I mocked it.
So disasters averted. You can avoid all of this if you kill the Gilded Goose. And given how often Salvatto has killed Gilded Goose, I don't
Yep,
think it's unreasonable for him to just fire it off here.
exactly. Um, I would definitely think so too. Okay, so let's say he. Hmm. I guess he's just looking for a land here.
And well, the thing is, if you find two removal spells, you can just use the exiled one to kill the goose instead.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Oh, okay. So now if a land comes off the top, we might be in for some fireworks.
Ooh,
Oh, but not that one.
the land came up, but we need to be more precise next time, Jarvis. We need to say the untapped
Oh,
land.
I forgot that this is the fast land thing, like
Yeah,
just embodied.
definitely.
Uh,
That's just how it goes with like parity mana bases. Um, just different
yeah.
contexts in all formats where these lands have different drawbacks, and legacy just being an unbasic is the drawback, and here it's whether they enter tapped or untapped. So
It in Pioneer, I would say generally the drawback is the mana bases are bad, like generally speaking. Like pathways are not dual lands, and you can see that happen a lot because you have to decide what color to pick, and then you run into weird situations where,
yeah,
okay, I have Bolas Citadel and Mayhem Devil and Gilded Goose. What do I put my pathways on? So
for sure.
I actually like cutting down on the citadels and make it just easier to play your deck, so I don't have to worry about your black
Exactly.
most
The
games.
more times your mana functions, the better. That's a terrible like downside to have non-functional
Mhm.
mana. So the devil is gone. I'm not
Yep.
sure it's on Salvato's radar that he should keep Island Go on off of 6 mana. I really don't think it is.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that's not his plan this game. Keep in mind, even though if Citadel enters play, it is like bad for Salvatto, it's not the end of the world because there are chains where you pay too much life and then just get killed by a bunch of phoenixes.
For sure.
It's not like Vintage where Citadel entering the battlefield is almost like death like 98% of the time or whatever number you want to pick.
A bit lower, but I definitely see what you're saying.
It's really high in Vintage because of since there's no mining top as well.
Yes, no doubt
Okay,
about that.
so a tap land was played as the first land off top.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nasty that he didn't even have to like play a land from hand to play out the Citadel. So just getting more stuff into play now, going into the oven and even just chaining some stuff here. That's perfect. And also nice Ethergust. Salvatto kept up Ethergust this whole turn to just hopefully like make a good tempo play.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just getting buried in black spells instead.
I honestly think this might be okay for Salvatto, but it really depends on how many Phoenixes he can find next turn. And how low Sam's willing to go in life.
Nice
because
Ethergust, which is bolt to the face.
I think you're supposed to
again.
I think you're probably supposed to gust it, like honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just funny.
Yep.
It's just take 3 damage.
Yeah, I mean, well, what can you do? Like, not much. The innkeepers actually make it harder to brick off because you get life back for every creature you play, and that's actually one of the advantages to playing innkeeper with Bolus' Citadel.
Oh, for sure, you have some life game built in there. I actually missed that. That's pretty sick. Let's see if he can keep going. The trophy.
Well, Salvatto still has Island, but obviously he just wants to cycle past the trophy.
Sick.
Okay, so all cats are free because you gain one. You actually gain 2 life and lose 1, so you actually get ahead on the life axis.
Yeah. This is pretty cool seeing him go off with the Citadel. So he stopped. I guess the only card that would make him stop is like some super expensive card or land.
It's probably land, honestly. Like,
You think you should copy here and then lean on finding a 1-drop as well? He didn't? Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good for the lovely Argentinian guy.
so I was thinking about whether you're supposed to copy or not. I think I probably would have, with the reason being that that gives you 4 cards. Like, you get 2 cards, hopefully discard a Phoenix, 2 cards, discard a Phoenix. They're at 1, that maybe shuts them off, but if you let them untap, you're basically dead, especially with 7 life. Like,
yeah, this looks just super tough to get out of. I can't really fathom if it's actually lethal. It's just
I think it is, but it's been a long time since I played Sacrifice decks, so I don't want to say it. But it looks to me as though it's lethal. Because the other thing is, you only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You only need the anvil is 2 more permanents. Plus, it like the
Goose
only
can
way.
make it permanent.
Yeah, I think it actually is just lethal. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anvil is +1.
I just assume the top of the deck is blank at this point.
Yeah, if something wasn't played right there, I think it has to be.
How much? So, how much stuff can you sacrifice here? I'm just gonna let it play out. I don't know the answer here.
Right. It's hard for me to figure out, but Luis Salvatto really wants to untap because it's
That's 9.
Am I missing something? No, it looks like it is enough. Yeah, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Drain.
6. Yeah, that's 10 permanents, right? So you just activate Citadel.
Okay, you just went up a permanent now.
Yeah,
because of the token.
That's what I was counting the entire time, but
yeah, just a matter of getting up to 10 permanents. Yeah, you're definitely right. The anvil was 1+1 permanent in this.
Yeah, Salvatto's just counting and then clicks the concede button.
And we're leveled at 1 apiece in the grand finals of this first iteration of High Stakes Trios.
I like
I
it. I enjoyed that we got to see a hard cast both Citadel because
yeah,
that's
I
always
mean
that's fun.
it really is, and I discounted the like incidental life gain
Mhm.
built in. I just figured sometimes you just get to a point where you couldn't really cast more spells, and it was just like a big draw spell. But it's actually closing the door with the last ability on the card is also very very realistic with a deck like this.
In this deck, like I think you can get to a board state where you haven't even attacked your opponent, you play Citadel and they die that turn because of Mayhem Devil and
Yeah,
getting enough permanents.
I definitely think so too.
The deck used to be better at playing Citadel. When people played 4 Citadel, they played 4 Prosperous Innkeepers because that just makes sense. Because
Yeah,
then it's harder to like then you can chain off for longer until you hit a land.
for sure.
Basically, but when when there were 4 Innkeepers, your limiting points were where are the lands placed in your deck, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. The incidental life gain is definitely preventing some fail rate of that card.
Yep. You don't really see life gain in Vintage. It's more just like, well, how many spells are you gonna let me have before you're dead to like Time Walk, Yawgmoth, Time Walk, Mentor, or some nonsense like that, you know?
Definitely. Yeah, Sensei's Divining Top is also like a cheating card with that with Citadel.
I remember playing a game where my mentor had been killed by like a plow or something. So what I had to do was Hole Breacher, Twister, activate
Yeah.
Citadel, Yogg will back my Twister, cast
Oh,
it again,
yeah.
and then well also I had sacked the Citadel, so recast
Sack
my
the Citadel
Citadel.
to redraw it
Yeah,
with Twister and go all
yeah.
over again. Yeah.
It's
That's
so funny.
that's you have to get creative sometimes. Ursa Saga is kind of makes things
Mhm.
a bit more simple now to just when you just have to randomly
Yeah.
win the game.
So there's the core vault,
And
like I
there's a
predicted.
dispute. That's what I want to see because I thought I was seeing like I was
No, no, no,
in
no,
the
no.
desert and it was like 130 degrees and I was seeing something that wasn't there. But
No,
there is a dispute.
the dispute makes so much sense in this deck. I think it's crazy not to play it. So
Yeah,
if you're
dispute.
Salvatto, are you supposed to play Consider? I guess not, because it just gives them information like well I'm thinking about that further through.
Yeah, I think doesn't he have to play like the red land here because he drew the iteration?
Yeah, then it you can just naturally leave up a braid. The next turn you can also play iteration and and play a land off of it essentially.
Yeah. So it's interesting if Salvato here it kind of keeps him off balance with the tap land in hand,
Yep.
but he kind of has to do it with. So did Salvato abrade at the right time?
It doesn't matter. It turns out the
Oh, okay,
clause on it is
cool.
whenever one or more artifacts leave the battlefield on your turn, create a 1/1 token.
So it doesn't really care about the permanent still being around.
Yeah, right.
Cool. So
Um,
here comes the iteration. As you say, he's hoping to find a land and just something useful to do next turn.
yeah, probably land plus pieces would be my preferred 2 cards, but opt is fine as well.
Yeah.
And there's the Spiral Bluff Canal. Well, look at Sam's mana base. I don't know if you know this. That other land is a Rakdos Pathway.
Oh, okay, so we have a similar game that we saw earlier
Yeah,
where the mana didn't quite do what he wanted to.
yeah, it's not the best, but Deadly Dispute's going to fix a lot of those problems. Like you see a lot of cards, you get a treasure out of the deal.
Yeah, that's true. And you have so many like permanents you don't really care about lying
Mhm.
around between yeah, just all of the different tokens that deck can produce.
And there's the black there's a green source rather,
Yeah, that's
which
the
is
green source.
very
Even
very
even
welcome.
even untapped this time.
Mhm.
Goose Pass or Oven Pass.
Yeah. So the scary thing for us viewing the game for Salvato is if that Corvold comes down next turn, it's going to be very problematic. That thing kills very, very, very quickly and draws so many cards.
Yeah, I agree about that. You really need like a you need a lightning strike lightning axe available
Yeah.
pronto.
Okay, this time Salvatto did not give them the opportunity to play Bolus Citadel.
Yeah.
He learned from his lesson last time,
Here comes
but
Ancestral Recall
that's not a very good
with
ancestral recall.
not a very good follow-up. So time to just develop a tap land.
So if you're Sam, could you put this Corvold on the stack any faster?
I'm actually,
Okay,
I really think
I
I feel
guess
like
not.
he's afraid of the axe, to be honest.
Sure, that's a reason not to do that here.
Um, which is lucky for Salvatto that he's
Yeah,
withstanding axe.
I agree. If because I suppose if Corvald was put on the stack and you got axed, you don't even get the card. You're
Yeah.
just down so many permanents that it's kind of disastrous. This plays a lot safer, of course.
So let's see what this pieces can find. Another somewhat useless land off the top for Salvatto, but at least pieces only gets you business. There's no fail rate on it like Treasure Cruise. Well, I guess there is, but
Right.
it's happened a couple of times for me where I only had like one target. I was so sad.
It's really hard for pieces to fizzle in this deck because it's such a
Yeah.
large currency. Because even the cards you're citing in generally are instants or sorceries, so it's really improbable that you don't get
Yeah,
to.
especially in this thing less version.
Yep, no thing in the ices. Only pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah. Let's see if he can piece together. It's actually quite telling for this deck. It's about the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
In our
Ooh, another Aether Gust is actually excellent here. Oh, I see. Okay, now will Sam go for the Corfold?
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, you can never be sure, but it seems very low
Yeah,
cost
not
to
now is a
immediately
good
go.
time, right?
So the thing is, here's what's going to happen: you play your land untapped, you play Corvold,
Yep.
you sack, say, the construct, you play.
Yep.
Oh, you attack first. You do all of the second main, then you can crack both their treasures, draw two more cards, and play the oven, and then that's like kind of an insane turn.
It sure is. And does the core wall grow?
Yeah, it's whenever you
So
sacrifice that permanent,
it
you
grows out of one lightning axe range, I guess.
yes.
So yeah, you should just do that any day. Um, then of course the danger is you're facing double removal on it, recur some phoenixes, stuff like that. But yeah,
So Sam just decided to sack it instead of putting it on top or bottom.
yeah.
Um, totally fine, obviously.
Here comes the big guy that you were so excited to see when we were looking at the deck list earlier.
This is one of my favorite cards. It's
Yeah,
kind of it might be a little bit too powerful often because look at this. Like a treasure is just a card and a counter. Like it just gets out of hand so quick. This thing kills real fast.
yeah, yeah. No doubt about that. So you're saying it might be a bit too powerful. So you mean for it to provide like exciting games?
Yeah, I mean, I think just the fact is the correlation of this surviving for a turn cycle or two, like it can
Yeah,
get you out of so many weird board states because it just gets so big very quickly.
yeah. The fun is short-lived.
Yeah. Like he just drew three cards that turn and only really sacrificed one real permanent.
Yeah, yeah. Having like bad tokens in your deck will make some cards like Mystical Dispute, like Core Vault, like Citadel. Just yeah, I just love how it comes together.
Well, look at this Sweltering Suns. It's really, really not what the doctor ordered.
That is, let's see. Can he bring back two Phoenixes and walk? And does that even accomplish anything?
I mean, I don't think that accomplishes anything. And also, this is a 7/7 core vault, so
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Also, that impulse is just so the way you're enabling those Phoenixes is just not super strong, like pointing at a random token. It just gets exchanged for a food.
no. Like, this would be a turn where if Luis had Aether Gust, it would be so much better for him. Obviously, he didn't know that was going to happen because, from his perspective, he needs to worry about the.
Yeah, I mean the 4-offs. Oh,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the main plane of the deck.
So I think what this indicates to me is if we draw a red source that's untapped, we can go Impulse, Sun's Impulse, and clear the board. Ooh, that is the opposite of that.
That's definitely not what he wanted to see here. So the question is, how many lightning axes are in this deck at this
The answer
stage?
is usually 4, and usually
I
you
mean,
leave.
yeah.
Usually you leave them in. It's hard to tell. Like, obviously, we didn't get to see how he actually sideboarded.
So now he has he has 8 damage for the core wall there in hand, which is funny.
He doesn't have 8. There's no spell mastery.
But casting Suns and the first impulse will give him that. But he doesn't have
Yeah,
4 red.
yeah. That's what I was talking about. The fourth red was necessary no matter what.
Oh, okay. So if he had the 4th red, he could have cast all 3 red spells and
Yeah,
killed the core wall, right?
exactly. But now I think he's just gonna die very quickly to Gorbel instead, which is not what he wants.
That's definitely not what he wants, but yeah, it's just awesome that I'm not gonna call it like a random one-of, but it's still, you have a car in sideboard, and then one of the remaining slots is this core wall that just ends up taking the grand final here potentially. That's just cool. Whoever on that team suggested to play that card is just gonna be the king for a while.
I think it's mostly the MTGO deck lists that have had that card off and on for a while. So
Wasn't it like a main card in multiple copies at some point?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying one on the board is somewhat unconventional.
I think it makes more sense once you go the Karn route, and choose to. It's kind of difficult to explain, I suppose, but I think once you put Karns in your deck, like how many top end threats do you actually need?
Yeah.
It gets kind of convoluted very quickly.
So this is a lot of extra value for sacrificing permanence. You have the ping ability, you have the draw cards ability, you're growing your core vault.
hmm
Yeah, just the fact that it even triggers on treasures, food. It's just beautiful. Whew. This is everything but beautiful with double fiery impulse needed in order to finish the double.
And you get a card off of the oven activation. Yeah, like
Yeah,
Corvold gets out of hand so fast. It's ridiculous.
yeah, yeah, for sure. So this is where you wanted the stern dismissal.
Yeah, I think it's
It's
just
already.
yeah,
I
it's
realize the card advantage is already insane. So take 10.
attack for 10. Attack for 10. It also triggers on attack, I believe. I don't remember. It's been a while. Yep, it does. It's been a long time since I actually played with the card.
So is that down to 1 or is that lethal?
It appears to
It
be lethal to
is
me. All
exactly
right.
lethal. And just like that, we have our first champions of the high stakes trios. It's the Bilsiv gang who gets the job done all the way from the lower bracket. Whew. I mean, just great to see that deck firing on all cylinders here at the end. So even for us, we kind of knew what was going on going in, but we got so much more like knowledge just as the game progressed, and it ends up taking it in in a comeback fashion. Whew. So what was your highlight just for today? What are you thinking about when you're cooking dinner in a second?
What am I thinking about, huh? Maybe I'll give that Jund Sacrifice deck a go. It looks pretty good. I haven't played Jund Sacrifice in quite a long time, personally.
Yeah, I think just these puzzle decks where the individual card quality is not that high, but together you can just make some beautiful things happen. Uh, yeah, I really love that as well. Yeah, so congratulations, $1,200 to share with the team, and I guess it came true. It was a free stimmy for the guys. Uh,
It was Yeah, I mean, we have to give them credit where credit's due. Free stimulus for the Sunny Days gang.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I've had a blast. I hope you guys at home also had a blast to show like.
Yo. Okay, real quick, production here. Hey guys, it's me. It's Anu. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I hear my audio moving. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Andreas and Jarvis for a bang up, smash up, insane job doing coverage. Andreas and Jarvis, we're going to talk about this later because I have some ideas for you guys in the future. Good ideas. But also, Nassif, thank you so much for the raid. For anybody who is interested in this broadcast, today what we did was a high stakes $1,200 team battle, right? So you have some of the craziest competition. We had MPL players like, Luis Salvatto, Javier, Dominguez, a world champion, battling in, and we also had other players like, the Bilsiv gang that won. We also had other Magic Online grinders, a lot of players. It was Modern, Legacy, and Pioneer this time. And I will say one thing is that we are definitely looking forward to running more of these events again. But I will say one thing again. There's so many things to say. Be sure to follow me here on Twitch. Check me out on Twitter. And then also check out these commentators at Echo Baronin, at JKU06 on Twitter as well. When we post the signings for the future, that's where you want to be. If you're interested in playing, that's where you want to be to find out more about what's going on. If you're interested in watching, well, you already know the drill here. I'm, on that note, going to call out the stream here. But Andreas, Jarvis, do you guys have anything else you want to say?
I'm just super thankful to be able to bring this project into fruition. I think we did some good job. We're ready for any sorts of feedback, and I'm also super excited to develop the project and take it even further. What about you, Jarvis?
First, Andreas, I know you had a lot of people interested in talking about Magic today, so I'm glad you picked me. I do think I have a lot to bring to the table. Hope you bring me back again. And, it's just really exciting to see people play Magic with their friends for a reasonable amount of stakes.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
All right, cool. We're going to wrap it up here, guys. Enjoy, and I'll be posting this on YouTube. See you guys next time.